And welcome to the Winer Wellness Virtual Summit. It is Friday, March 12th, and we are set for yet another day of amazing education and health savings. With me today is Jamie Dorley, CEO and owner of Nutritional Frontiers and the Winer Wellness Center, and also Dr. Joseph Honigman, who is a doctor of chiropractic medicine. He is a wellness-oriented practitioner, and he works at the Winer Wellness Center helping people get on the path to optimal health. So good morning, guys.
Good morning, Dr. Tracey. Good morning, Dr. H. And I think I'm starting to get used to this routine every morning at 8:30. I'm not sure what I'm going to do next week, but I'm sure going to miss you.
Well, we can have our own little stream every morning, Jamie. We just have, what's up in health, right? I mean, I think people need to know it changes daily, apparently. So we could probably have something new to talk about every day.
Yeah, before we get into these topics today, I like Dr. Honigman. He's a humble guy, but I'd like you to talk, briefly just about your credentials because it's so long. I know you're a doctor of chiropractic and master's of public health, but, when you talked to our team recently and just gave a little bit of your background, it was fantastic. I don't think people really know the amount of education that our team has and the expertise that we have. So go ahead, Dr. H. No time to be shy.
All right, Katie. Well, I'm a functional wellness nutritionist and a lifestyle-oriented doctor. I have approximately 40 years experience in the natural healthcare field. Actually, a little more, but I don't like to talk about my age that much.
Tracey, he started when he was a baby.
Yeah. I use safe, natural, effective methods to get your body to work better, and I focus on optimizing the health of the entire person. My goal for you, as well as for me, is always healthy transformation of body, mind, and spirit. I have specialized training in functional nutrition and wellness, integrative medicine, stress management. So I utilize techniques such as relaxation techniques, meditation, diaphragmatic breathing. And I also hold a Master of Public Health degree with a major in epidemiology. So in brief, that's what it is. I started on my journey over 40 years ago. My original interest was in bringing organic food to the city in small gardens so that people could have a healthier choice. And that kind of reminds me of kind of, I would say, a theme that ran through yesterday's talks, which was purity. You talked a little bit about it, Tracey, with the essential oils, that it was very important that the oils be pure. And just as I was thinking it, you chimed in and you said, yes, and that also has to do with the food that we eat, and it also has to do with the supplements that we take, even the water that we drink and the air that we breathe as much as we can. And we all know that it's impossible to be perfect, and we're not trying to be, but we're trying to be as good as we can. And so I thought that was a very interesting theme. And very briefly, I want to give some of my takeaways, just real brief, and then maybe we could talk a little bit more about it. And one was from Judy Minkovitz. Again, make sure you're drinking organic black coffee. It's filled with antioxidants and good for you.
That was my favorite part.
Thank God. I'm following your lead. Yes. Very compliant here.
Very good.
Right. We're on the health journey together, Jamie.
Yes. And Tracey, I think you're going to agree with me on this one. Jamie, you probably as well. Drink organic red wine. It's filled with resveratrol.
And it's doctor's orders.
And 3 was...
Oh, I thought you meant at 3 p.m. today, organic wine.
No, maybe we can do both.
Tracy's getting ready.
I'm ready.
Don't go into a place that stinks and take a deep breath, especially if you have some stinking thinking, because it's just going to make it worse.
Yep.
And finally, eat walnuts. They look like your brain, and they're good for your brain. So I'm eating lots of walnuts these days.
That was a great slide, Jamie, in your presentation, where you were like, this food this function or organ. And I was like, that's awesome. It's so simple to teach people that way.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that was it. So even though I'm kidding, a lot of those points are actually really good. You know, that resveratrol from Joe, when he was talking about intermittent fasting, that resveratrol is an excellent supplement, and it's good for weight loss. Besides all the other wonderful things it's good for, because we know it's a powerful antioxidant, and it's a great anti-inflammatory, and it helps you lose weight. And Nutritional Frontiers has an excellent resveratrol supplement. Just to put that in, and by the way, it's 30% off today. In addition, with Joe, just a couple other brief things with Joe. He commented about the 16 hours of fasting, and I wanted to confirm that. Although I will tell people that anything beyond 12 hours, you're going to kick into gear the ketosis. That probably 16 hours is indeed the sweet spot for that. So,
I know a lot of people ask that, Dr. Honigman, you know, like, how long do I have to do it? And I think, you know, Joe's presentation was so good. You know, I usually tell people to work up to that. What do you recommend when they want to start intermittent fasting?
So if they're just starting and it's hard for them, I tell them to do 13 hours, you know, just so that they know they can do it. But then, for me, I'm trying to get them up to maybe at least 14 hours. I actually believe 16 hours to be the best if they can get there. And the whole idea about breakfast, I thought that was wonderful. I mean, breakfast is anytime you break the fast. It can be anytime you choose with intermittent fasting, as long as you get in that time period.
Right. Yep.
And you got to bring it back to reality, right? Because when I hear 16 hours, 14 hours, I get a little nervous, right? That's just me. So let's just look at it, right? I would always tell people, you know, people are like, oh, can I eat at night? I'm like, look, you can eat anytime if it's the right foods, right? So your example, starting out at 12 or 13 hours, that's great. Because I've always told people you should eat from sunrise to sunset, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. So if they stop eating at 7 p.m., they can start eating again around 8 a.m. That's your 13 hours, right?
The 13, you get a good, especially if you're being reasonable with the food that you're eating and you're exercising. The problem is that people do think that they can eat anything they want because they're intermittent fasting.
Right.
And so what they do is they wind up storing a whole bunch of fat. So the fat that they burn is just the fat that they stored. And they're really not getting anywhere.
That's my concern. I was meeting with a doctor last year, and, you know, we had a little lunch meeting in his office with the staff. And we ordered lunch in, and I had, you know, my usual grilled chicken salad with veggies, and he had chicken wings. And as much as I love chicken wings during a Steeler game, it's not something I'm going to eat during the week or every week, right? And I said, Doc, you know, why are you eating those? He says, well, I do my intermittent fasting. It's my one meal a day. I says, well, I'm not sure if that's really the idea or not, right?
Right.
So I think people need to be cautious of this. Hey, I'm going to break the fast and eat whatever I want. I still think you need to eat the right foods. And I love Tracey's program because she recommends that you don't have to do this every day, right? No. Because it may be really challenging. Maybe you pick one day a week to start. I love doing the power cleanse and the greens. I can't stress anymore how important this is for people. And we're really going to pump this up throughout this year if we haven't done it already. Because the difference I've been feeling on that is incredible. That's my first meal of the day. If everybody starts there, I even got a text from my best friend this morning. He must have sent it last night after my bedtime, which is 8:30. So I actually stayed up to 8:40 last night. But his text to me, what is the 30-day reset, right? So he hears it from Paulina and Tracey and everyone. So I just texted him this morning, like, it's time, you know, it's time to get on the cleanse. So I think that's a great way to even give people a break from the digestive stress that they're encountering. And if they're going to do the 12, 13, 14, 16-hour fast, that's fine. But that first meal, in my opinion, should still be power cleansing greens or any of our shakes and the colors. What do you guys think?
Well, real brief, you know, when you told me about, I believe, and correct me if I'm pronouncing this wrong, is it Emotian?
Emotian, yeah.
Okay, which is actually an excellent precursor to glutathione. And that really kind of said, wow, Lean Greens has all of this, and it has this excellent precursor to glutathione, and people should be aware of how important glutathione is.
Yeah, Dr. H, it actually is glutathione.
So it actually is, but it's an absorbable form.
Bioavailable form. I was actually on the phone with our partners yesterday at Gnosis who makes it, and they provided a whole, wait till you see this, Tracey. I got these new research educational PowerPoints that we're going to work on for our team, but it is a bioavailable form of glutathione. Plus, we have the precursors, NAC, DMG, folate. We have all the precursors plus glutathione in the greens. Have you ever seen that before?
No, that's why they work so well in combination, and why I do them together as well, and why we reformulated the kit, because, you know, there's nothing like that clinical experience and feedback. And you and I being the first test subjects over 2 months ago, where we were like, this is amazing. Like, and I know I had just tremendous health benefits from it because I wasn't eating enough. I was skipping breakfast, intermittent fasting way too much. And when I started to do that shake, I was sleeping better. I had more energy during the day. I mean, I can't tell you how many people say, don't you ever get tired? And I'm like, no, sometimes, but you know, like most of the time I feel good. And at nighttime, when I'm supposed to get tired, I do. I don't need the 3 o'clock pick me up. And if I do, I would choose Power Fuel and oranges and, you know, things like that. But I love it and it works really well. So that kit, Remove Complete, if you do anything from this entire summit for yourself to overcome metabolic dysfunction, increase nutrition, decrease toxicity, help your body just be healthier, choose that kit. It's the very first step towards your health goal, because it will nutrify the body, it'll detoxify the body, it will help optimize, you know, all your pathways of detoxification. And, you know, the greens also a chelator. So I know a lot of people are worried about heavy metals. People are worried about, you know, fat soluble toxins. It's there. So it does all things. So it's a great system. It's easy. You don't feel bad on it. Actually, you feel great on it. It's the first kind of cleanse system that I've ever done where I'm like, I feel awesome. Like I don't feel bad at all, because I think that's a big downfall for people when they hear the word cleanse. They're like, you know, am I going to feel bad on this? Is it going to make me feel, you know, tired or achy? And I think in the past, cleanse systems were very aggressive without all the nutritional backers that we needed to keep those systems and functions fueled throughout it. So great product. You can get it.
A lot of the cleanses out there mirror our society, right? People want the quick fix. They want the dramatic change. They want the weight loss in 3 days. A lot of them are really just colon cleanses that are going to be a laxative, right, and clean people out. So 2 questions, Dr. Honigman. One is, are you accepting new patients? And number 2, what are some of the more common things people come to you for?
Yes, I am accepting new patients. And a lot of people come to me who have a lot of inflammation, and that covers a lot of different problems. So people will come to me, say, for irritable bowel disease, irritable bowel syndrome. And let me tell you that the Power Cleanse does indeed shine, you know, on this. So not only is it a great meal replacement, but actually really does help to decrease inflammation a lot. I'm a big fan of Power Cleanse. I recommend it a lot to my patients. People come to me with inflammatory bowel disease, autoimmune disorders. You know, I can help a lot with that. Anything to do with the cardiovascular system, you've heard me speak a lot about that. You know, people who are coming to recover from stroke, who have high blood pressure, who've had a heart attack, or trying to prevent a heart attack. Over 30-something years ago, I was actually working with a famous cardiologist in the area by the name of Thomas Santilli, who was reversing cardiovascular disease by natural means. And actually, that's one of the reasons why I got so involved in that particular area. I was just blown away by this guy and by the program. So diabetes, you've heard me speak a lot about diabetes, anything to do with an increase in insulin or glucose in the blood.
Yeah, so what I'm hearing is all the chronic conditions people are suffering with that don't think there's any help. And Tracey, has he been saving that he worked with Dr. Santilli 30 years ago?
Over 30 years ago.
I mean, this is powerful. It's the number
Right.
one killer
Thanks
in our
for
country.
sharing.
Yeah, I know. Whoa. We got to get a crowbar and like pull this out of him. I mean, this guy's
He's so
amazing.
humble. He's so humble.
And my degree in epidemiology, really what that was about, it was about what to do for chronic diseases using diet and lifestyle. So that was my focus when I got my Master of Public Health. You know, how do you go about treating these conditions, these chronic conditions, naturally?
So
we're going to call you Pittsburgh's best kept secret.
Thank you.
Tracey, how do they get a hold of Dr. Honigman to make an appointment?
Oh, absolutely. Very simple. You just call the Weiner Wellness Center at 412-922-WELL. You can schedule an appointment with Dr. Honigman. You can go in to the Weiner Wellness Center today and you can meet Dr. Honigman. You can shop for products, get recommendations from the team. They are open. So please stop in, because the best thing that you can do is get somebody to help guide you through this journey, because it's not a program. It's not something that you're going to do one time. This is going to be a lifestyle change, and education is the most powerful tool to keep that lifestyle change. The more you know, the better choices you make. And, you know, Dr. Honigman, that's what I love about you teach. And I just told Dr. Honigman yesterday that one of my friends called me and she was like, we're seeing him. And I'm like, that's great. And she's in my town. She and her husband. So it was awesome. You know, so she saw him on the last Weiner Wellness Center, you know, the sale that we did and the virtual summit, and they scheduled an appointment because they thought that he was the practitioner, and she's doing great and she loves it. So it's not too far. He does telemedicine if you need to. But truly, I mean, within a drive to a practitioner that's going to change your life and change your health is worth 2 hours to me. And I've sent many people to the Weiner Wellness Center, you know, that are not in the direct area, but they're willing to go. You know, they're willing to go for good care. So
we have a patient that drives in from New Hampshire for the wellness weeks.
Oh, wow.
We've had a patient actually fly here from Japan. I think that's it further. So 2 hours is hop, skip, and a jump, as they would say. Right. So it's worth it, you know. And I think the other thing we want to address before we get into the speaker lineup today is I was talking to someone in the wellness center the other day, and they were suffering, right, with digestion problems. And I recommended they meet with Dr. Honigman, and she was so concerned with the cost. I says, well, aren't you worth it, right? And she says, well, my other doctor is free. I said, well, don't you have to pay for the health care and the insurance? I know what health insurance costs. I says, plus, you told me he's not helping you, right? So, folks, if you're going to somebody, natural, conventional, integrative, whatever it may be, and you're not getting the results, you got to try something different. Einstein said 50 years ago, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. Look, you're worth it, right? Invest $100 or whatever it costs to come and see them, because you will start getting improvement, right? And you're going to learn therapies and things you can do in your life that don't cost anything, like going to Frick Park and doing the deep breathing and meditating and prayers and reading and so many different things. We give away tons of literature here for free. All of our workshops are at no cost. So the value you get from coming to meet with someone like Dr. Honigman is incredible. So folks, take a new step, go see him, and get on the road to health and wellness.
Absolutely. Well, I think you can pay us later for all for all the shameless plugs we gave you, right? Give me $10 later. No, I'm just kidding. You are an amazing practitioner, and it's time people know how valuable you are. And I hope people do stop into the Weiner Wellness Center and talk with you and Jeff Niznik and Dr. Orbach and all the other people that are there helping, front desk staff, our team, Joe Messino, Jamie Dorley, everyone's there, and they can help direct you. So please stop in. So let's just get into a little bit to our schedule today. We're bringing Brett Wilcox back again. He's been with us on the last, I can see him in the little grayed out box, but he was with us on the last Weiner Wellness Summit. He's the author of Jabbed and has written books on Monsanto, Lie After Lie. That was a great one. Today, he's going to talk to us about coherence therapy. Deep Compassionate Healing. And he sent me, just a few notes on it. So I have like all these pages. I was like, wow,
No, is that it?
he's like much more than we'll talk about, but I'm excited to bring him on because he's really going to talk about mainstream medicine and mainstream psychotherapy and what that approach is. And right now, what we're seeing post-COVID is a lot of anxiety and depression. I know there's a lot of psychosis that goes along with the encephalitis that people are experiencing from COVID. And this is really important as just the lifestyle impact that this entire pandemic has had on people. And the model that we're used to, right, Jamie? And we're going to talk about this on the roundtable of integrative care. The model that we're used to and where we need to go for that shift is really important, that we do need nutrient therapy. We do need lifestyle change. So I always say from the neck down, everybody talks about lifestyle, but from the neck up, when something's wrong with your brain, they give you a pill. And that model needs to change. So Brett has a really unique approach, and he's going to be talking about that because that is where he came from.
That's a great topic because I think so many people feel like if they have a quote unquote chemical imbalance, if they have anxiety, depression, anger, mood, whatever it may be, that they can't be helped, right? Mm-hmm. And just some simple things like giving or helping somebody makes you feel good. Caring for somebody, helping a neighbor, helping a friend, saying a prayer, going for a walk. There's so many things that will help you, but you got to commit to them over a period of time to really continue to get the benefits, right?
Correct.
Sometimes I feel like people don't think that they can get any help and they have to resort to extreme measures, which we know is not going to help them out either way.
Yeah. And also he's going to touch on, how to transform those subconscious beliefs, your limiting beliefs that you may not even know you have. The biggest example I give is when a little child, 2 years old, starts running and they're free, no fear at all. And they're just running as fast as they can. And what does the mom do? Don't run, you'll fall. Boom. That's that first fear factor we put in. Now, is it true? Of course it's true. They're going to fall. But sometimes we put things into people's minds, right? Through education, through indoctrination, through experiences, traumas, and they get stuck there. And that actually creates decision-making later in life. And Brett's going to address that. So, we did a whole magazine on that, Jamie, Recharge, right, in 2019, where I was like, you got to get rid of those limiting beliefs if you want to become who you're going to become. And if we want to transform, if we want to become a new nation of awareness and health, we have to change our minds, not just our bodies. So
yeah, and the mind, the great thing about the brain is that it's like any other muscle. You can continue to train it, right?
That's right.
And you can do a lot of things every day that over time will continue to add up. You can't build the biceps overnight. You can't build the brain overnight. But if you commit to it, I guarantee you will see improvements a lot sooner than you expect.
Yeah, absolutely. And then at 10 a.m., we have Dr. Courtney Scianandre. She's coming in and talking about herbal tinctures for prevention and recovery. So, Jamie, tell us a little bit about Dr. Courtney.
She's a great acupuncturist and functional medicine nutritionist. She's located down on the East Coast, southeast of Florida. She's got a great passion for helping people. She has a fantastic, beautiful clinic right there in West Palm Beach. And she's been known as the expert in herbology, right? So she's great with herbs. She's an acupuncture and the DOM, Doctor of Oriental Medicine. She's a Jersey girl, so she's got a little attitude too, Honigman. We like that, right? And she just has a strong passion, a family woman. She really helps a lot of kids out and adults. And she's been a great client in Nutritional Frontiers and a partner of ours for years now. So we're really excited to have her back on.
Yeah, and I'm excited to learn more about herbal tinctures. I think that is a forgotten practice, right? Because it's not this big bad supplement and, big words on it. But herbs have been around forever. They're proven to work. And we've put them in combinations at Nutritional Frontiers, and she loves them. So she's going to talk a lot about our tinctures. And then at 11, we're going to do a product education hour. So we're going to replay some great footage from Nutritional Frontiers team on different products that we have and what makes them unique and stand out. And then at noon, we have our roundtable. So Jamie, Mike Gallagher, Joe Messino will all be on with us today, and Candace. And we're going to be discussing integrative care. And Jamie, do you want to touch on the topic a little bit?
Yeah, well, the nice thing is I probably can give my voice a break because with those other speakers on there, Dr. H, we're going to be fighting for airtime. But, the great thing is that what we have access to now with the miracle of modern medicine and the long history of natural therapies is that we're able to take an integrative approach, just like I do. I have a whole team that I work with. I have a conventional medical doctor. I have a holistic medical doctor, chiropractor, nutritionist, spiritual advisor, muscle therapist, right? Like I need a lot of help, right? So I lean on a lot of healthcare professionals. And it's not an either or topic, folks. You don't either go allopathic or natural. You got to be open-minded, right? And figure that the what's been mixed up, in my opinion, is the order, right? You should always save the drugs and surgery as a last resort, right? Not as the first line of therapy. And modern medicine is a miracle for trauma or injury. We've all had broken bones and accidents over time, and we go to the hospital. They're going to get us stable, and then we need to leave, right? Once we're stable, we need to leave. And they have actually failed a chronic patient, and we found 80% of all doctor's visits is for chronic care. So we need to have an integrative approach rather than the either or. And I see it on both sides, right? I see people in the therapies that, the doctors, voodoo, the doctors, antichrist and everything else, right? And I see people out of allopathic. There was someone sitting in my office the other day, and she says, I can't wait to get the vaccine, a good friend of mine. So I was just very calm with her, and I says, okay. She goes, well, what are you doing? I says, well, she goes, you really think the vitamins work? So I went through vitamin D, vitamin C, and I said zinc, and then her eyes lit up. She goes, oh, yeah, I heard about the CDC and the president, everyone talking about zinc. I says, yeah, because it does work, right? So we got to realize that all these things have a role in integrative medicine, and we just have to have a strategy for what we're trying to accomplish and lean on the right people. And that's what I'm excited to talk about today.
Absolutely. Well, that sounds like an amazing topic. So last but certainly not least, and she's been such a blessing and a benefit this whole week, is Ashley Rozzi. She's a naturopathic doctor, and she's going to be talking to us about eat this, not that, eating your way to health without depriving yourself. And Ashley, people may not know, because when you look at her, she's beautiful, she's fit, she's smart. She was very overweight her whole life and had to figure this all out. Yeah, she was. So she'll share that story today. But she's also doing free Zyto scans for us tomorrow. And she'll be doing some weight loss appointments and programs at the Weiner Wellness Center moving forward. She's just a spectacular young woman, and we're so grateful that she's here today. So I'm excited for that.
Because people may see you guys and say, oh, you guys are so lucky. You got the genetics. It's always easy. You never struggled. I've had my struggles with weight. I know Tracey maybe has a little bit in the past. I know Ashley has, right? So I think it's good when you work with someone who's been there and understands that, look, I've been there. I can relate to it. Other people may not, right? But just because someone's in great shape or looks great doesn't mean it comes easy, and doesn't mean that they don't have to work hard. I think sometimes people don't give the credit to people that are in great shape and say, well, that's just natural. They could eat. No, it's a lot of work, right? But the rewards are overwhelming.
Yeah, the health benefit. That's the reward, right? Well, guys, thank you so much for being here with me this morning. I really enjoyed our chat, and it's that time to bring Brett Wilcox on. I'm very excited. So everybody stay tuned. We're going to bring Brett on in about 1 minute for a great lecture. So thank you, guys. Have a great day.
Thanks, guys. Have a great day. God bless.
God bless. Have a great day.
All right, everybody, stay tuned, and Brett Wilcox will be with us in 1 minute. Okay, welcome everybody. We are back and we have a very special guest coming on here at 9 a.m. Brett Wilcox. He's an amazing person, just an incredible practitioner. Brett has worked as a licensed professional counselor for over 20 years until he was fired in April of 2020 for questioning the official COVID-19 narrative. He is the author of Where Monsanto Feeding the World Lie After Lie, books 1 and 2, Jabbed, How the Vaccine Industry, Medical Establishment, and Government Stick It to You and Your Family. And he is also a father, a grandfather, and a loving husband to the love of his life, Chris. So we're very excited to have you on. Thank you for being here, Brett. Welcome. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Tracey.
Well, I'm excited to have you back because I just enjoy our conversation so much. And I loved your interview on Dr. Tenpenny's show. You did such a great job. So I'm just glad that people are finally getting to know you and your work because it absolutely needs to be out there.
Thank you so much. Appreciated the referral to Dr. Tenpenny. That was a fun interview.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, she's a great woman. And you know, they had requested you first. So that's how I found you. I went and I found you and I was like, hey. So today you're going to be talking to us about coherence therapy. And I'm just going to let you give a little background on yourself and then just kind of explain what this is, and we can walk through these points together.
Yeah, I got into therapy a gazillion years ago, it seems like. And I was, kind of struggling, like, what do you do? How do you really help people? And I was being steeped in all of the traditional stuff brought to us by cognitive behavioral therapy, which is kind of the, if I can compare the medical model to the psychotherapeutic model, we're both very good at putting Band-Aids on infected wounds without ever cleaning out the wounds. And then we try to help people overcome the infection and get better, even though we've never really got at the root. So it was in the early 2000s, I saw something in the Networker magazine about a therapy model called coherence therapy. At that time, it was called depth-oriented brief therapy. And one of the originators of the therapy was in Vancouver. I was in Sitka, Alaska. I got my employer to pay for a trip down there. I participated in the training with the original author of the therapy model. And I was all in from there. I was so excited because I was able to see that this man was able to achieve deep, sustained, lasting change within moments, literally, by being able to access deep, unconscious schemas, constructs, beliefs. And by the interventions that he used, he was able to bring these things to the surface, and the client was able to hold these things in her hand next to disconfirming knowledge, and the two things could not exist at the same time. There was, we talk about cognitive dissonance. There would be an emotional dissonance in the mind of the client, where the things that had unconsciously been controlling this person's behaviors and moods and actions, all of a sudden, the reason for those behaviors dissipated and were nullified, and they just went away. And so whatever triggering event might have been happening in the person's life no longer triggered the client, because the underlying construct or schema had been erased and transformed and replaced with an up-to-date schema based on current information. And so the client was absolutely free to live a different type of life that she hadn't even been aware of could be possible before, and didn't understand why it wasn't happening before. So it was really exciting to discover this therapy model. And then I remembered with trepidation the first time I tried it with a young high school girl. A mother dragged in this high school senior saying, "My kid's not studying to get ready for college, and I need my kid to go to college. We really value college." And just by doing a few of the techniques, very, very quickly, it came out that this young woman's procrastination was not a problem to her. It was a solution, because her problem was going to college. She didn't want to go to college the next year. She wasn't ready to go to college, and she wasn't able to come out and tell that to her mother. So she procrastinated because it wasn't really what she wanted. But through the techniques we used, it came out that the procrastination served a definite purpose, and that purpose was to help her have a year off at least, because she wasn't ready to get into college. The young woman was very happy with the session, and the mother was very unhappy. because the mother wanted me to fix the daughter and tell how important it was to go to college. And I had to explain to the mother, that's not my job. I'm not here to tell your daughter to go to college. I'm here to help her express herself, and so that you two can communicate on a conscious level with everything that's going on. So it was a great introductory session to my experience with coherence therapy. And then I went on to have other great experiences with other phenomenal clients who experienced life-changing events in a matter of a few sessions, whereas they'd been going to therapy perhaps for years or decades and not getting anywhere with it.
So this is really about memories that are in the current. Now, this girl's procrastination, when you were talking about that, was this something that she had done before in her life or had been triggered before in her life that worked to get a result for her? Is that kind of what you're saying?
I would not say in this case that this was tied to any early childhood implicit memory or emotional learning from an early event. No, I would not say that it was tied to that at all. I could be wrong. There might have been something to that might have been there, but it didn't come up in probably what was the only session I had with this young woman at the time. Many times, though, when I'm working with clients, we do find that what is driving this problem, this symptom that they bring to the session, we find that what is driving that is something, there was some construct or belief system that was set in place pre-verbally. Back based on early experiences, and the client is not even aware of those things and has never had any contact with those things consciously. And when we bring those things to the surface, then the client can hold those things in their conscious mind, and we can hold those side by side with current experiences that disconfirm those original experiences. And that allows the original experience and the power of that original experience, the memory, the neural circuitry to dissolve, to transform, allowing the client to move forward in a way that they never thought they could.
Wow. Well, this seems very relative right now. I really think, like, with the way the world is being, and I'll use the term brainwashed, to drive and think one way. I love this topic because I think many of us, even in our own personal walks, our careers, our families, our relationships, I mean, we're all just a product of how we were raised, the environment we were in. And then at some point we have to make a choice, right? We have to make a choice to be different or not be bound by that belief system or whatever that is that might be keeping us either in fear. And it can work the other way too, right? There can be belief systems that just have you accelerate in life way too fast. So I think this is really good.
Tracey, let me dig into your statement a little bit about, you're referring to we need to make a choice. And I want to explore that just a little bit.
Yeah.
Both in conventional medicine, we kind of refer to the human being or the body as a single entity, when in fact a human being is made up of trillions of living organisms. And all of these organisms interact and play off of each other. And we would talk about in traditional medicine about how you give somebody a medicine and you give someone a high blood pressure medication, it's going to reduce their high blood pressure. And we never consider or stop about all the other myriad side effects that might happen from giving them that medication. Well, the same thing is true in the psychological world. We speak of ourselves as if we are a single unified I, me, myself. When in fact, we're not like that. We have many, many components of ourselves. We have personalities or different parts of our brains record different parts of our experiences, some of them prelingually, some way back, and they're not always in contact with each other. So this idea that there's a single unified I is sometimes what caused the problem, because the client will come into the office and say, I hate this problem, I want to do something different. And what we find out that there is another part of that I, there is another part of that person who is actually controlling the show. And the conscious person who says, I want to change this, doesn't even know that that other person is there and is calling the shots at that time. So the point in coherence therapy is to allow that person to come in contact with the other parts of themselves that are actually more powerful than the conscious part of themselves. And that subconscious part, that unconscious part, also has agency. And that part is choosing to some form of construct or schema that results in what turns into a dysfunctional current behavior. But for that unconscious part, it's not dysfunctional. It's not pathological. It serves a useful purpose, which essentially the pain of being locked in the current behavior is less than the pain that the unconscious self perceives would happen if that current behavior were not happening. And so I'm able to help these various parts access each other and come in contact with each other so that the conscious part then can say, this is what I want to do with this. Tracey, will you excuse me for one moment? I apologize for doing this, but I'm at my mother's house. I'm caring for her, and she just called for me. Give me
Yeah, that's good. Yep. So stay tuned, because he is going to go through the talking points of mainstream medicine and mainstream psychotherapy. Another talking point is, when is coherence therapy not indicated? And also conditions known not to consist of underlying emotional learning. So all of this really has to do with, how we make decisions in our current state and what things influence those decisions. So really good stuff. Okay, welcome back.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
Maybe my mom will join us.
That's great. So I know we were talking a little bit about doing a live session with somebody, and it was a little bit complicated. Normally what happens is when someone wants to do that, my whole life is exposed on Facebook. So I was like, let's not do that. But this kind of sounds like a therapy that I was introduced to years back, where you had different parts that were established due to different things, experiences in your life. And those triggers later on brought that part into what we call the managing part, right? Is that kind of the same thing? And so it kind of takes over your action and your reaction to the situation rather than staying at who you really are. We actually change and become somebody different due to these triggers that remind us of things that happened in the past, good or bad, right? And those things were developed way back when to keep us safe. Because I would say the body doesn't do anything wrong. It reacts to the environment we put it in. Right. The issue is we have to learn to turn it off when it's not beneficial to us anymore. Me as a child experiencing something that I reacted to in a childlike way, later in life as an adult, that's no longer helpful to me, right? Yes. So that's is that kind of what you're saying?
Exactly. There's a technique in this therapy model called I'm in memory. And let's say, for example, a woman is at a restaurant and she starts to experience a conversation that leads her to believe that she's going to be rejected by the other people in this group. And so she's triggered, anxiety is coming up, and it becomes profound. It's overwhelming her. She can hardly breathe. The heart rate is going up. And by connecting, by being aware, by becoming aware of the unconscious things that are driving this current anxiety, the woman is able to say, I understand that what I'm experiencing now are coming from things that happened back then. And the horrible thing that I'm experiencing right now is indeed horrible, but it's stemming from something that happened back then. And right now I'm okay, because what happened back then is really not what's happening right now. And that is an actual example of being able to hold two things present in the mind at the same time. Yes, there was something horrible that happened back then, and yes, it was horrible, and you can have all the empathy in the world for that because it is indeed true. But what is currently happening is safe and not the same thing. And by doing that, the client is able to dissipate those locked in synapses to allow herself to move into the current reality while being consciously aware of what was driving the anxiety in the first place. So she's not thinking, I must be crazy. Why am I having this event? Why is this happening in this restaurant right now? When she's bring it up, she can say, oh, I get it. And I can be kind to myself because of it. This therapy model is not the least bit pathologizing, stigmatizing. There is no such thing as thinking errors. There's no such thing as resistance. There's no such thing as dysregulation. A client is not dysregulated. The client is responding according to stimuli that feels true to her at that moment. There is emotional truth to her symptoms. So when we can bring the emotional truth of those symptoms up into her consciousness, she is then in a position where she can be free from those symptoms naturally. And it's not because anything I do. It's not anything the therapist does. It's by allowing the client to experience her own truths in different ways in the context of the current reality.
Well, I just want to point out how important this is right now for people to understand where this applies, because we're hearing you say a lot of things, but in the reality of it, when I was in practice, the hardest part was getting people to understand that they weren't sick anymore. Like, I would take them through all these nutrients and their body was feeling better and they felt great. And still, that underlying fear was still there of what happens if it goes back? What happens if it comes back? Same thing in weight loss. When I did personal training, people would lose 50, 60 pounds. They still thought they were fat. Yeah. And what would happen is, because of those beliefs, right? Whatever yes. that trigger was that made them eat before, whatever, if that wasn't addressed, right. they'd sabotage themselves.
Right.
So I think that application is so important right now in health, and this right. subconscious belief that we have in the whole country, the whole world, that we're all going to get sick, that we're all diseased, that we got to stay 6 feet from each other. Like, there's an entire belief system that's been set upon us. And, you know, I think the difference of who accepts it and who doesn't is a product of education, but also a product of an underlying belief system that you have about disease or an experience you had with it. So this is really relative right now to a time such as this, not only for the whole world, but for any practitioners that are watching, for anybody that is going through a healing process right now, to really understand that if you want to keep going, that you can't separate your thoughts, right? You can't separate your beliefs from your success. That's going to be part of it. So I love how you are, you know, assessing and healing with this as well. So really
let me move on from that. In coherence therapy, I would never assume that I know what the unconscious position is that's driving the client's behavior. So in any individual case, I go in there absolutely unknowing and not willing, doing my best to avoid any interpretations, because chances are I'm going to get it wrong. A client may be compulsively overeating and I'm thinking it's because of one thing, when in fact it's an entirely another thing that is unconsciously driving this compulsive behavior. And so I have to do my best to not go there. But in the context of what you're talking about with COVID-19 and the way people are responding, this, I am not the first person to originate this thought. You just said it, others have said it, but you have to wonder, what is it about a society where the vast majority of the people listen to authority figures and accept those authority figures without any question, without any critical thinking? And my interpretation, which I think is true for many people, certainly not true for all people, but my interpretation is that we are raised in a society that disempowers children and empowers authority figures, and teaches us that we are out of control, that we can't trust ourselves, we can't trust our bodies. Only your doctor knows. Ask your doctor. Those are very disempowering messages that chronically infantilize us. And so we're left in this state of perpetual dependence on Papa Fauci and Mama Birx and Papa Joe and whoever they are, these people up at the top that make these pronouncements. And we are, as children, saying, oh, yes, we need to be scared and we need to wear the mask.
That's right.
Because
and don't question.
Don't question. You question, you're evil. And so it's very easy to take such people who have been raised in such systems, in such dysfunctional and abusive systems, which may have stemmed originally from similar family dynamics, which then keep them locked in a perpetual state of being a child, when we should not be like that. We should be in charge of our own bodies. We should be in charge of our own minds. We should be in charge of our own health. We should be able to go to the doctor, and when the doctor says, this is what I think, you should be able to say, thank you, doctor, and this is what I think. We shouldn't have to say, thank you, doctor, I'll go home and do exactly what you said.
That's right.
That keeps us chronically locked in a bad place, because then we end up on their chemical treadmill, which is usually what the medical model is. You go in there and you've got this ill and they give you this pill. And so they're always treating the symptoms rather than getting down to the root of the problem. And that happens all the time with depression. And I remember one client I had who was a very prominent doctor in an organization I was working for. And he came to me and he says, I've been dealing with depression my whole life. And within 8 or 10 sessions, we were able to find out what the unconscious roots of this depression was, why it existed, what the connection was to his own family history. And he said to me, Brett, if I only wish I had discovered you, and it wasn't me, it was the model, I only wish I discovered you 3 decades ago. It would have radically transformed my life. But he had been going the psychiatric route and other counselor routes, and other counselors did the traditional psychotherapy, which is, oh, we can beat this, let's fight against this, you're stronger than this. And all of those things are great on the surface messages. All of those things make the therapist feel like he's doing something, but they're the wrong message because they're not cleaning out the wound.
Right.
They're covering up the wound as the wound festers and pretending the wound's not there and saying, let's get this better, we can do this. Well, all along, it's a lie. It's like when you've got a person who feels bad about herself, and the therapist says, go stand in front of the mirror and tell yourself you're beautiful. And she stands in front of the mirror and she says, I'm beautiful, I'm beautiful, I'm beautiful. When there's that part of herself that's saying, you're lying, you're fat and ugly, you're lying, you're fat and ugly. And so there's this battle that goes on back and forth, and it doesn't do you as an individual made up of all these parts any service to get in a battle with those unconscious parts of yourself. It's much more honoring to find those parts of yourself that are there, bring them to the surface, find out what purpose they serve, and let them sit in existence with current realities, and find that they then can dissolve, so that you're not fighting with yourself, you're not lying to yourself, violating parts of who you are. You're actually letting it come up and exist together in a kind, compassionate way that allows you to move forward in a phenomenal way.
Wow. I really feel that your phone's going to blow up. There's going to be so many people want to talk to you, because I really think this is fascinating. So tell me a little bit. I hear you saying this is a root. You're getting to the root of the issue, where even in medicine, right? Any medicine, it's let's treat the symptom,
Yes.
but let's not figure out the cause.
Yes.
And what I hear you're saying is this coherence therapy really gets to the cause of the issue, and not that you make any assumptions that you know what that is, because that's how you work with clients. You assess them and you let them discover. So I love this, because it falls right in line with true healing and how we have to take accountability and responsibility. I first have to call you, right, Brett, and be like, hey, I think I have some underlying things that I need to address. I mean, who comes to you? Who calls you? Are it people in crisis? Do you just get, this sounds like a whole program that you could do for corporations so that they can move forward. I mean, I love this.
Absolutely. Well, my practice, as you mentioned earlier, I was fired from my job in April. So for the last year, I've been working on my house and getting the house on the market. And now I'm caring for my mother. So I'm kind of sidelined from my practice. But that doesn't mean that, it hasn't stopped the truth of what happens in coherence therapy. So if anyone were to call me right now and say, let's give this a shot, I would say, well, let's give it a month or two, because I've still got to get some things ironed out and taken care of them and things like that. But yeah, I would love to get back into it and practice coherence therapy. It works really well with intelligent clients who come in knowing they have a problem and wanting to be free of that problem. It doesn't work so well with clients who are coming in who are looking for a relationship with a therapist. It doesn't work well with people who are coming in to complain about their current circumstances, and they want to feel validated in their current circumstances. They want to complain. They love the complaining. They've gotten accustomed to that. But if I've got a client that comes in and says, Brett, I'm doing this thing. My little boys are acting like little boys, and I am enraged that they do that. And that's not me. I don't want that to be me. I don't want to be enraged at my boys because they're throwing wooden trucks at each other. But that's what I do, and it's killing me. I don't want to be like that. That's the client who is ready to do coherence therapy, because she got an underlying problem. She doesn't like it. She's fighting against it. And my job as a therapist is not to help her fight against it. My job as a therapist to help her find out why that's happening. Bring that to the surface so that she is then empowered to do something about it. And it's usually not something that she does consciously. It's something that just happens. It dissipates. It erases the neural circuitry that keeps that kind of response locked in place, dissolves, and it's able to be replaced with new synapses that have different messages and different meanings attached to her kids acting like rambunctious little boys.
Wow. So when is coherence therapy not indicated?
That's a great question. I think you asked that because I included a few
I
things
did.
when you do it. Yes. Let me see
It's
if I
from
can-
your list of questions. So let me ask you, because, I mean, situations you have down, urgent crisis, danger, emergency, because this therapy just sounds so beneficial.
Yeah, there are clients where you wouldn't do it. There are clients who are too raw. They're too vulnerable. There are clients where their symptoms are not tied to an unconscious construct or belief. And so it really wouldn't be effective in those cases. There are some situations where a personality style might make it just so that the client is not able to go there, not able to access that material. So as a clinician, I would have to, weigh those circumstances. And I would say, quite frankly, that a majority of my clients aren't really in a position where they want to avail themselves of the benefits of coherence therapy because of where they're at, because of where they're at in the world they live in. And so when it works very powerfully, but it takes a client who is recognizing, yeah, I've got a problem, and yeah, I don't like it. There's a whole slew of problems that you can have that can be affected positively with coherence therapy. And if you've got a problem, if you want to work on it, we can work on it.
Wow. This sounds great. So let's talk a little bit about the process and what that looks like. Let's say I'm a client, right? And I come in. What does that assessment look like? How do you start your session?
Okay. Well, as a client, I would,
without exposing my whole life.
As a therapist, Tracey, first off, I'd like you to expose your whole life if you wouldn't mind.
It happens to me all the time. I've done it numerous times, so I'm okay with it. But continue.
Okay. So practicing coherence therapy, which is a really nice model, because what I am doing is inviting the client to share their problem from their perspective. And if I'm practicing traditional psychotherapy, which I do in a bureaucratic corporate environment, I have to do a 10-page assessment where I ask a gazillion questions that are absolutely irrelevant to why the client came in. And then I have to give the client a diagnosis, which is not the least bit helpful, because usually that just codifies the problem and pretends like we've identified some magical thing. Like if a kid comes in and he's got attention issues and he's hyperactive, I say very knowingly, well, oh, this kid has ADHD, which means nothing. It just means that given back what the mother came in with. Yeah, and if a person comes in and says, I've got anxiety, say, oh, you've got an anxiety disorder, which means nothing. It doesn't help at all. And with depression, people go from saying, I feel sad to, oh, I have depression, which makes it a characterological disorder, which again is not helpful. So as a coherence therapist, I say, what's going on? What's the problem? So the client comes in and says, I'm 35 years old and I'm a loser. I can't keep a job. And it's bugging me. I'm kind of, people are pressuring me. My wife says she's going to leave me if I don't go get a job. It's a terrible thing. And so my job then, we've identified the problem, right? This person says that he wants to go out and get a job and be successful. So now the problem, what we have to do is find out what sort of deep meaning might be attached to this person's behavior. And most of the time there will be some deep meaning attached to this person's behavior. So I would then very quickly launch into a technique that we call symptom deprivation, where I move into an experiential tone of speaking. So we're moving from talking about the problem to inviting the client to experience the problem and be present in the problem at that moment. This is a key difference between classical psychotherapy and coherence therapy. It's not a talk about therapy model, it's an experience therapy model. So I would say to this client, I would like you to imagine, and I slow my tone down, my speed and my tone, and I allow the client to move into a quieter space. I invite the client to move into a space where the client is actually experiencing something different. And in this moment, I'll say, I want you to imagine that you, in fact, do have a job, and you've had this job for a year, and you just got a raise, and you're finding that your wife is happier, and it all feels good. It's all what you say that it should be, and what you want it to be, that, you know, this is why you're here and it's actually happening. So I want you to settle into that reality right now. And I would say, oh, I apologize for that. Let's see if that, okay. And then I'll say, I'm going to be quiet for 15 or 20 seconds. And I am. I'm just saying, I'm going to be quiet. I want you to settle into that. And then I'm quiet. And then I say, what's it like for you to inhabit this space right now? 9 times out of 10, the client will say, oh, this is wonderful. I love it. I finally got enough money. My wife's off my back. This is just great. Oh, this is so good. And I have to be empathic with that response and say, yeah, that does feel good, doesn't it? To be able to have that job, to feel responsible. And then I just stay with it. I stay with the client in this experience and I say, is there anything else that you might be sensing at this moment? I might say, let's imagine that you're in a cave, and this cave has all sorts of different paths going in different directions, and your job is to root out and find all of the feelings associated with this imagined scene right now. And then the client will move from this arm of the cave to another, and then finally the client will say, I'm feeling a little bit pissed. And I'll say, pissed, that's not a little bit word, that's a strong word. Can you talk more about that? Where does that come from? And the client will say, well, I don't like having this job. I don't like this feeling of being successful. Okay, you don't like it. It's not feeling good. It does feel good. There's a part of you that feels good with this, but there's another part of you that doesn't like this. Keep going with that. Where does that go? And he said, I can see my father right now. Your father stepped into this cave somehow. Your father's part of this presence. What's your father got to do with this experience? And the client says, well, my father is a total, fill in the word with some negative word. And I say, oh, you had a bad experience with your father growing up. And he says, oh yeah, you don't know how bad it was. My father was always on me. My father was doing this. My father was putting me down at every moment. I couldn't do anything right. And I say, okay, your father was terrible. You couldn't do anything right. What's that got to do with this current situation? And he says, well, if I succeed, if I'm successful, then my father will think that he was a good father. And in that moment, the client has, for the first time ever, verbalized a non-conscious position that was so powerful that it was driving and sustaining him as he ruined his own life, because he couldn't be successful, because that would prove to his father that his father was successful, and he couldn't allow that to happen. So that's a very, very powerful moment. And in that moment, my job as a therapist is to keep that present, to keep that construct present, because chances are the non-conscious part of that person is going to want to suck that information back down into non-consciousness, because it doesn't want to be exposed. It wants to live separately. It's that powerful, and it wants to continue to be that powerful. So my job at the end of the session, by now we'll probably be at the end of the session, I will get an index card, and I would write up on that card, I would write maybe something like this: I don't like my current state of affairs. I don't like the fact that I can't keep a job, but what I don't like even more is the idea that I might be successful, because that would prove to my father that he was a successful parent. It's just a comment on what the client realized in that moment, what came to the surface in that moment. It's nothing more, it's nothing less. It's the client's own realized truth, the client's own realized emotional truth based on early experiences. I give that card to the client and I say, I want you to read this at least once or twice a day, especially when you find yourself thinking about your father or interacting with your father. Read that and allow that to be present as you're having ongoing experiences with your father. And then that's the end of the session. Then the client comes back the next week and I say, what was it like for you?
Is that just session 1?
Yeah, that would come up in session 1, essentially. It would usually take about that long to get to that point. And then the next session is when we could actually start getting to the transformation sequence, where I would then reactivate the symptom necessitating schema, which is I need to be a loser so that I can prove that my father is a jerk. So I reactivate that schema by going into another imaginal scene. So it's all experiential again. It's not up here. We're not talking about it. We're experiencing it. And then I ask the client to see if there's anything else going on in the client's life that disconfirms that, or would make the necessity of that schema go away. And very, very often, I've been here several times with clients, I would say something like this. I want you to imagine that you're now standing in front of your father, and you say this to your father: Dad, I want you to know that you're a jerk, and I have been living my life the way I've been living it because you're a jerk. And now that I've said this to you, I expect you to apologize to me for being a jerk. And I might do an empty chair technique or something, or just imagine whatever it is. And then the client will actually repeat those words, and I'll say, does that sound accurate? Does that sound like what you would like to say to your father? And very often they'll say, yeah, that's exactly what I say to my father. I need my father to apologize for being a jerk. And so I'll say, okay, say this to your father. And then I'll say, what do you think your father's going to respond to this? And then there will be a moment of silence, and the client will say, well, it's not going to go well. My dad is incapable of hearing this. My dad is incapable of receiving this information. My dad can't change because of who he is. He's had 60 years of being this way. Why do I think this is going to change anything? And in that moment, the client is then able to see that his life mission of destroying his life to be able to get his father to apologize isn't going to work. And he can see that side by side. He's got the consciousness of him knowing what the strategy has been, that he unconsciously has been producing his whole life, side by side with the idea that he realizes that his father isn't going to do this, which leaves them then with wherever he goes with this. He might be sad, he might cry, he might have grief, realizing that he'll never have the father that he hoped he might have had. He might have grief knowing that he's lost years and decades of his life, doing a strategy that would never achieve the results that he had hoped for. But then it leaves him with the new raw reality of, okay, this is my situation. Where does this take me? And then he's in a position freed up from that original non-conscious position to allow himself to say, wow, if I'm not connected to my father, if I'm not tied to my father in this dysfunctional, horrible way that isn't going to go anywhere positive, if I'm not tied to my father that way, then who am I? Where am I going to go with this? And the client is then free to decide whether he really wants to get that job or not. And very often it would be, I'm now free to do this. I'm now free. There's nothing keeping me from going out and getting a job and enjoying it and being happy with it. So that's one example of how coherence therapy would play out in a session. And the contrast between this type of therapy model versus traditional psychotherapy is, okay, you've got this problem. You're an underachiever. You're such a loser, but we're going to help you beat that. You're not going to be an underachiever. We're going to set goals, and you're going to get up in the morning. You're going to read those goals, and you're going to get out and hit the pavement, and you're going to go to those job interviews, and you're going to keep those jobs. And every day it's going to be a rah, rah, rah. You can do this. And all that sounds really nice. It's not that there's anything wrong with that, but again, it's putting a Band-Aid on an infected wound. It doesn't get at the emotional truth of why the client is living his life that way at that moment. And so it's really not long-term transformative. It's not effective because it leads the client fighting against another part of the client that the client is unaware of.
Wow. So it is drastically different. Just being able to sit in that truth of why you feel the way you feel.
Yes.
And actually realizing it when you may not have known.
It's actually very liberating as a therapist because I no longer feel any responsibility to fix my broken client. It's not my job. My job is to help the client access what's going on that's driving these unwanted symptoms, behaviors, attitudes, emotions, help the client access those things, and then help the client sit in that space and hold those truths in their mind so that they are then freed up to live the life that would be a better life for them. And that's the life that they get to choose, they get to create. I might have my my biases and hopes and aspirations and interpretations for them, but that's not my job as a clinician. My job as a clinician is to help them be freed up so that they connect with all these different parts of themselves, so that the parts that are no longer useful to them can dissolve, and then they are free to move forward and live a life that they would rather live.
Yeah, and I love that you're not discrediting any of the real physical or symptomatic experiences the person is having, which is usually what you hear in mainstream. Like, I look at a lot of like motivational speakers, and they're very much rah-rah people. Great topics, all of that stuff. But it's kind of like, you can be better. You can do better. Make the choice. Right. And I think for a while we can make a choice. Like, for a while I can eat really healthy and broccoli and all that stuff. But if something underlying comes back, all of a sudden there might be a sabotage moment where I don't even know why I'm making a bad choice. I just am, right? Yeah. And I'm not saying that's a true statement for myself, but even in like success schools and watching these motivational speakers, they get all these people to pay all this money, and it works for a while, but then all of a sudden they just regress back into the behaviors that made them buy the course in the first place. Right. So, and from what I'm hearing from you is that, it's an underlying issue, and you're not discrediting the real experience that they're having. You're actually saying, here it is, I see it, and I empathize with it. Yes. But here's the truth of why it's happening.
Yes.
And like, then they can just put that right next to each other.
In traditional medicine and I say mainstream medicine, mainstream psychotherapy, your job is to create a job for yourself. Your job is to keep people coming back. And in this therapy model, my job is to help this person not need to see a therapist anymore. And very often I would go down to the office where I was working after the initial assessment, and they would say, when's the client coming back again? And I would say, the client is not coming back. The client is healed. And they would say, wow, you're good. And I would say, yes, thank you. Because I was using a therapy model that allowed me to get to a root cause very quickly and very easily, which allowed a person to see things entirely differently and realize that they didn't need another adult in their life helping them be an adult. My job is not to be another adult in their life helping them be an adult. My job is to help them be an adult in their own lives so that they don't need me or any other therapist, so that they can then move forward with a sense of empowerment that they are in charge of their choices and the world that they create.
But then we don't get to tell them that they're codependent.
Right.
Darn it.
That's another pathologizing term.
Right. You just slapped off another label, Brett. Stop that. You're going to actually make people be accountable and actually learn a new emotion. So the other thing I liked that you said was that they kind of learn a new emotion with the experience, but you didn't say it had to be a good emotion. It has to be a true emotion so that they can really look at it and then be like, oh, okay. And then they can kind of have peace with it. Like, it's okay to be angry about something. And we're taught you're not allowed to be angry. We're taught that that's bad to be angry. And I don't think anger is bad. I just think anger expressed in the wrong way is bad, right? So it can be detrimental to somebody else or even yourself. And then hanging on to that anger. Right. And, like the example you gave, that gentleman didn't even seem to realize that he was angry. So.
No, that wasn't consciously present. And my job is not to judge or label anger as good or bad. It's to help the client access the truth of their experience. And truth in this sense may not be the literal black and white, yes, this is true, yes, this is false. It's the emotional truth that is driving the client's behavior. So we can argue and say, well, it's not really true, but that's not my job, because it is true in the context of that person's experience. In the context of the guy with the jerk dad, it is true that his dad was a jerk, and it is true that he's sabotaging his own life to get back at his dad and try to get an apology out of his dad. All of those things are true, even though logically we can say, yeah, that's stupid, that doesn't make any sense, but that doesn't help because it's true for the client that's what the client is experiencing in that moment.
Mm-hmm. Well, the symptoms resolved by this therapy, I mean, there's 2 pages that I have. Can you cover some of those that you've seen? And symptoms, I mean, maybe identify like what the symptoms are. Like, we look at some of these symptoms on this page as an issue or a diagnosis, but really they're just a symptom of what's going on underneath.
the strongest experiences I've had have been with depression, with family issues, family dynamics, where a person is locked in unhealthy family dynamics, whether it's the mom who rages at her toddlers, or the mom who's in an unhealthy relationship with her siblings or her parents. Those things are the common types of experiences that people bring into therapy. It might be a relationship with the wife or spouse. So those are the big ones. Low self-esteem is a real biggie. What's driving the low self-esteem? We call it codependency. You know, I might be working with a young woman in my office who knows very consciously, very much up here, that what she's going to do tomorrow night over the weekend is going to be destructive and is going to leave her in pain and feeling worse about herself. She knows that, she says it, but when Friday night happens, it happens again. And then it happens again the next Friday night. And so those types of things, if you're able to get down to the root of that sort of thing, that can make a huge difference. And of course, this is no secret. We know that many people who overeat are doing so because they're responding to traumatic experiences that they experienced as children. And that extra weight helps them feel safe in a world that's filled with disgusting men. So that weight is like a stay away from me, don't look at me sort of signal that people put up. And they're very likely doing it non-consciously. And when they're able to access that as an adult, they can help work through that so that they can then feel strong enough and empowered enough as an adult woman to be safe in a world where sometimes men have predatory sexual behaviors that create trauma in other people.
So I'm going to ask you a deep question. So do you think some of these non-conscious thoughts, emotions, underlying issues, do you think they're so powerful that they can actually have a biochemical response in the body, per se?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. So like in the choice of weight, most people that I know that are overweight, they don't eat too much. And in fact, they might be eating a healthy diet or, really trying, and the weight's just not coming off. So could that be a trigger biochemically? Absolutely.
That goes back to what I said about how everything is related. Mm-hmm. Everything is interrelated. Everything is connected. If I think a thought and I will feel that thought in my gut. And so, yes, all sorts of chemical reactions are happening all the time based on both unconscious and conscious experiences that are going on. So yeah, it's all related. My depression might actually drive hypothyroidism. It might not be that hypothyroidism is purely biochemical or physical. It might be that there's something within me that caused the thyroid to underperform. Mm-hmm. So yeah, it's all related.
Yeah. And from my own personal experience, growing up being overweight, I had such a negative relationship with food. And then when I got into college and I became, I got a degree in exercise science, then I had a negative relationship with controlling food. And then finally one day I just changed my mind about it. And it wasn't because I was so wonderful. It's because I kind of sat with why is this? Why do I feel like this massive detest against food? And I actually walked it back, right? So I kind of did something like this in therapy. And after that, I never had a problem with weight. And literally I would tell people no, I eat healthy, not because I have to, but because I really love food. And I love it so much that I want it to nutrify my body. It's it was almost this shift. And that's really hard to teach somebody, unless they do something like you're saying to get to the root. You can't just tell them, hey, food's good for you. Use it as fuel. Nutrition is important. If they really don't subconsciously believe that and they subconsciously fear food or have a negative relationship with it, or something happened back in their childhood where they were told that, they can't eat something because they were overweight, that really has impact. And until you overcome that, it's not going to be as easy in life to have a positive relationship with food and to really live a lifestyle of health. I really think that was so true for me. So
Tracey, if I may say, and you tell me if I'm wrong, but it sounds to me like you worked on the issue here for a long time, but it wasn't until you walked it back and you worked on it here.
Absolutely.
That the emotional, the limbic system was able to be rewired. The emotional truths that held things in a negative way was able to be accessed and was able to be rewired and released, so that you were then able to have a new relationship with food as an adult woman.
Absolutely. 100%. This didn't work, right? It was until
Right.
I actually felt it. And I was like, you know what? This whole foodophobia I have, it was a lie. And it wasn't really that I was scared of food. It was, I thought something bad would happen and I would have this like anxiety about it. And it's very true. And this is really powerful for people to hear today, because we all have these unconscious things, these non-conscious thoughts, emotions that are hindering us in
Yes.
health, in life, in success, in relationships. We all have them. And this is so valuable for people to hear today. And even on a grander scale of what we're seeing in our country, you know, for every single individual makes up the body of the world, right? There's something that is innate that is keeping them either believing or not believing. So it's such a great message. I really appreciate you coming on today. Is there anything you want to finish with, Brett?
Well, I want to give you a weird comment. I blog at runningthecountry.com, which is based on the fact that my son and I ran across the United States in 2014 talking about Monsanto and a GMO for USA, runningthecountry.com. But I say that right now my website is down because it's infected with a virus, which is really ironic in the context of 2020 and 2021. So it'll be up soon. And I am on Facebook, and that's where I do most of my stuff. I haven't been kicked off Facebook yet. I don't
Not yet.
don't quite know why, but I expect that to happen soon with the way things are going in this country. So it's been an honor. It's been really a lot of fun to be able to go back and talk about my career, my mainstream career, which is coherence therapy and being a licensed professional counselor, when so much of my life has been what I do on the side, which is saving people from corrupt corporations, which includes the food industry and the pharmaceutical industry, the vaccine industry. So it's nice to get back and do this kind of work. And it's not that they're two separate things. They are very much interrelated.
Right.
Again, I love talking with you. You are so fun to talk with. You make the time pass so quickly, and you're just so brilliant and fun to talk with. So I thank you for the experience.
Oh, absolutely. That was sweet. And I feel the same about you. So are your books still available? And how would people connect to get those?
All three books, the Monsanto books and Jabbed, how the vaccine industry, medical establishment, and government stick it to you and your family. Those are all available on Amazon. They are all available on Barnes & Noble. And you could go into any independent bookstore and order them, and you could receive them that way as well.
And they're awesome, very well written, easy to follow, and great truths in them. So, you know, don't feel intimidated. Go get these books because they're valuable to have in your library, and it's great information to know. There's history in there, there's studies in there, so all excellent. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Tracey.
All right, so connect. Go ahead. Thank you. Connect with Brett on Facebook, and Brett, we will definitely have you back. And God bless you. Say hi to your mom. See you. Oh, what an amazing lecture that was. I'm so honored to have him on here. And just so people know, I put the name of his books in the chat box if you want to get those. Many resources where you can purchase his book. And honestly, I have them. They're great, very well written. So stay tuned because we have Dr. Courtney coming up next, and she's going to be talking about herbal formulations and Nutritional Frontiers tinctures for prevention and recovery. So it's going to be great. Stay tuned, everybody. Okay, welcome back, everybody, to the Wine or Wellness Virtual Summit. I can't talk anymore. I've just been talking for a week straight. And today we have a very special guest coming up, Dr. Courtney Scianandre. She is a doctor of Oriental medicine. She's also one of our practitioners that utilizes Nutritional Frontiers products and many other products in her practice. She's an incredible practitioner, and I'm just so excited to have her here. Hello, Dr. Courtney. How are you today?
How are you?
I'm doing well. Well, this is going to be a good topic because, you know, herbal tinctures, we don't hear about them a lot, but you are the expert.
I do love herbs. They're one of my favorite things. So yeah, I thought today we would talk a little bit about how we use them and the synergistic relationship between herbs and supplements. And how we're able to put together, how we basically look at the body, how we come up with the solutions, and how we use the benefits of herbs and supplements together to create treatment plans.
Oh, that's going to be awesome. Before we get started, let's hear a little bit about you and your practice.
Sure. So I practice Oriental medicine because in Florida, I always wanted to work with supplements and herbs. And in Florida, we do not license naturopaths. So for us to have the greatest scope of practice, we go through Oriental medicine. Plus, we definitely love using acupuncture in our practice. So without that, we would not be able to do that. So we practice. My office is in Palm Beach Gardens, Florida, which is just a smidge north of West Palm Beach. And not to brag to everyone that's up north, but it's already in the 80s and sunny, and life is really good down here.
Rub it in.
Sorry, but it really is. And especially since we're able to be practicing and seeing our patients, we are beyond blessed.
Yeah, that's been quite a barrier this year, but we're glad that you are back in action and, you know, helping people attain their health. So do you have any PowerPoints to share, or are we just chatting?
I do.
Okay, so all you have to do is click the little...
I'm going to do a little bit just because I like using visuals for the beginning part when I start with my patients, and then we will just chat more about supplements. I'm going to kind of give my idea, like go through some of the major, like the common things that we see in our office and how we come up with our programs. And then I'm going to beg of you to insert your opinions as well, because together we will.
Well, you know, that's hard for me.
I bite your tongue, please.
That's right. So to share your screen, you just have to hit the little computer on the bottom with the red slash and then choose the application box. And then your PowerPoint, if it's open on your desktop, should show up there. And click that.
I would like to record this computer screen. Sure. Technology and I are...
That's okay. We'll make it work. If not, you can always send it to me and I'll share it for you.
Yep, I got it.
And then you just click share.
Got it. Oh, please update system and record. Okay,
well, we don't want to update. Do you have a PowerPoint that's on a PowerPoint model, like just made on PowerPoint, or is it on Google?
It's made on PowerPoint, but it kind of talks to us. So I'm not sure, but I can...
It talks to us. That would be fascinating.
It moves along. I can send it over to you real quick.
Yeah, go ahead. And in the meantime, while I'm downloading that, maybe you can give us a little background on yourself.
Sure.
You know, the education model that you're in. Can you explain a little bit on acupuncture?
Hold on. Yes, let me just quickly.
No, you're good.
And I'm like 43 going on 85 when it comes to that.
Okay.
If any technologically savvy 85-year-olds, I apologize now.
That's all right.
Okay, I don't even know how to do this. I want to cry.
Don't cry. You're good.
No, I won't. I'm going to keep it together, but it is not being super cooperative, but we will.
You might have an herb for that.
I know. If only I knew how to handle my computer as well as I knew how to do.
Well, I'd rather you be a fabulous practitioner.
Agreed. So it should be coming over in about 2 seconds, and then you can do it for me.
Yep.
Sorry.
No problem. I'll get it here in a second.
Okay.
Continue.
Thanks. I practiced. I was prepared with this, and all the brains in my office were actually doing this with me yesterday, but it decided not to quite cooperate. It's on its way now. All right, Trace, it's coming. All right. So a little bit about what we do. So, and we'll talk in my presentation, we'll get a little bit more into it, but I got into my medicine. My mother was one of those, she mothered like I do. So I always picked my play dates based on my friends who had Twinkies, Gatorade, M&Ms, and Fluffernutters. And I can still name exactly who had that growing up, because I grew up in a healthy house, and just like my children are. So and when we were sick, my mother would use vitamins and supplements and different things like that to help us get better. And when I had bigger health issues as I was growing up, I was the baby that had chronic ear infections that moved into some attention issues, psoriasis, and then chronic asthma. And I ended up with a naturopathic or kind of integrative MD up in Boston. And I always say that he saved my life. And he treated me naturally. So he did a lot of food allergy testing, and just taking away coffee, chocolate, and chicken took away my inhalers. And we used a lot of herbs. And then I got into acupuncture for my own health. And as I wanted to continue into working in the health field, I was looking to become a nurse practitioner. And specifically in the psychiatric field, I thought there was a really strong need after working with children in the field and the meds that they were on and the side effects that were going on with them. And but I wanted to use natural products. And so my scope of practice and the other on the conventional side would have been very restrictive for me. And so that's how I got into this field and expanded my practice beyond psychiatric work, because the level of compliance, meaning basically that my patients would follow my instructions, was very low. So that is how I ended up in this field. And probably also just from my upbringing, it was always very logical to go this route and heal the body versus going after symptoms.
Well, you were lucky. You grew up in the model, where most Americans, they don't grow up in the model, so that's awesome, because you have the experience and that lifelong experience, which makes it so much more effective, and you know that it works. Well, we've got your PowerPoint up, so I'm just going to let you run through it. You just tell me when you want me to advance the slides, and I'll do that.
Okay, I think if you can just go into the slideshow mode. Up on the top bar, there's a bar that says slideshow.
No, I know how to do it. I can't do it for slideshow mode, so we just have to do it this way when I share the screen. Okay. Sorry. Well,
sorry, I can't really point to it, but basically I was going to talk a little bit about how we look at the body. So because my roots are definitely in Oriental medicine, we always look at the body. The energy pushes blood through the body and nourishes the organs. And when these things are happening, our body's in a state of function. It's functioning with ease, and the ultimate outcome would be health. And that's really what we're all looking for, that everything is kind of moving through the body the way it's supposed to, and from a whole point of view. So where it starts, it finishes, and it covers all the areas. So there's not specific blood that goes to the ears and specific blood that goes to the feet, but it all circulates through the body. And when these things are happening and there's no obstructions or nothing getting in the way of it, we are actually feeling good. So the next slide, please, Tracey. So when something comes into the mix and interrupts this situation, then that's where we want to look at what kind of things can come in and cause this interference or cause the interruption that gets in the way of these things happening. So the first thing we always look for is immune issues. So could it be viral, bacterial, parasitic, fungal? And I always say viral. People assume viral is going to be the flu, or to this day and age, COVID-19, or something that is really in their face and obvious. But often it can be something that's been kind of sticking around in the body, and the symptoms aren't so obvious, but it's wreaking havoc in the body. And a lot that can happen with a lot of different things, including bacterial, fungal, parasitic infections. And I always point this out. I think it's really important because we've been talking about this concept for a long time, and what's going on with medicine at the moment, everyone's kind of focused on COVID-19 and the concept that it has this long hauler issue where people can have these long-term residual symptoms and issues from it, and that it's very unique to this virus, which it's not. we've been looking at this, and I think you've seen it in your practice for years, Tracey, is that, all these things can linger around and hide in places where we least expect it and cause big problems in the body. Toxins, we have 10,000 different toxins that the US government recognizes in our food, water, and air supply. So those can cause a lot of different symptoms in the body. Heavy metals, there's a number of sources that can cause that. Those can come from, obviously, vaccines being a primary one, and then skincare products, foods, fish, different things like that. Genetics, and genetics is important because, we are born with what we're born with, and that can impact our health. But when we understand what they're doing, then we're able to turn on or off the expression of those genes by using, herbs and supplementation and good diet to change that. So genes is not a lifelong curse. It's just understanding them and working with them. Stress, and that's internal and external stress. So a lot of people assume that the only way you can alleviate stress in your life is by, changing the external factors, which is, family, their work, money issues, all different things like that. But internal stress is also very important. If we have things that aren't going right in our body, it's going to cause stress and cause symptomology as well. Foods, and that's going to be two sources. The food toxic, meaning is it not organically, sourced or responsibly sourced food? Or is it a specific food that we have a sensitivity to that's causing more inflammation, like sugar, gluten, or various grains, and dairy. So, but that's still often, if it's a sensitivity, we're going to look at immune as well, and gut issues. And then scars, which we're not really going to touch, but we look at that a lot in our practice, especially in the Oriental medicine side. So can you go to the next slide, Tracey? So when these things come in, they're going to interrupt the flow of energy and blood flow to the organs. And then from that, the body then has malfunction. And when that malfunction occurs, the disease process begins. And it's not simultaneous. And it happens after. So first, our body loses that function that it had. The disease process begins, and we become symptomatic. So can you go to the next slide, Tracey? Okay, perfect. So from what we're used to seeing is in the conventional model that when we go after just symptoms, but we don't address where it began, the symptoms and the malfunction, these issues are going to keep coming back. And so we look at like the list on the right with the immune and the foods and toxins and all those sources that are going to interrupt that flow. They are going to address the functional issues. And that's where we're going to look at like what's causing these problems. And so I always say that the what part of medicine is the conventional side of medicine, and the why part of medicine is what we do. We look at why these things are happening. And I think it's really important to address that, because when I explain it to my patients, they look at me with a blank stare. So I always use the analogy of their car. And if they were to take their car to the mechanic, because the oil light kept coming on, and their mechanic repeatedly handed them each week as they come in another box of motor oil, and so when the light comes on, pour more oil into your car until the light goes off, they would be really dissatisfied. They would want to know, they would say that this is not a solution to the problem, and to continually put motor oil into this car makes no sense. They want to know why the oil is leaking or where the problem is, so that they don't have to keep putting oil in, keep putting in more oil to the car. And I say that to them, that this is really important, because when they come in with symptoms and they've, for example, migraines for years, and they're taking a medication for these migraines, but not address it, but they're only handling the symptoms. If they stop taking their meds, the symptoms come right back. And it's the exact same thing as continually pouring more and more oil into their car. So that is how we use that's basically how we come up with a program, is we, instead of looking to put more oil into this leaky engine, or giving a pain reducing medication for a migraine, we want to look at why these things are happening and address all the different systems in the body using a combination of herbs, supplementation and foods to and lifestyle changes to address these. So you can go to the next slide, please. So how we create our treatment plans, we use a few things. So we use applied kinesiology, which is something that but a good number of natural providers use it as one of their many tools, which is kinesiology is the study of the muscles, and applying it is using that information, basically an indicator muscle with homeopathic nosodes or test kits to kind of get a better idea of what's going on in the body. Lab testing, our labs don't lie. So we always like to look at labs and make sure that there's nothing that we're missing, and also see if it can give us a little more of an understanding on why these things are happening. And as a functional medicine doctor, we're always going to use, we're going to tighten up those numbers so that we can really get a better idea of exactly where the function is lost. And then looking at health history and symptomology, because looking at the past is going to tell us a lot about what's going on right now. So the next slide, please. So like I said, our tools, acupuncture, herbs, supplementation, and dietary changes. So so now we're going to just kind of look at what are like the most common, and Tracey, you and I can kind of talk about these now, like if you go to the next slide, like the most common complaints that we see in our office, and how we use herbs and supplements to kind of get to the bottom of these. So, and I hope you chime in.
I'm right here.
Okay. The first thing that we see, especially because acupuncture is part of our practice, is chronic pain and headaches. We see more of that than anything else. So we are always, I'll start with headaches just because that was the last thing I talked about when we were kind of using the comparison of the cars and the motor oil and headaches. And I think that is the most, it's just something that I think all of us see. Like 50% of our patients have headaches. It might not be their primary concern, but they all have headaches. And to them, it's normal. And they say, well, I go to my doctor and my doctor says it's normal. And I say, it's not normal, it's common. Common and normal are not the same thing.
Great word.
Yeah. And that is for some reason very misunderstood. And so with the headaches, we are always going to look for where it's starting. So we see mostly in our office, we see that headaches are rooted from heavy metals, a lot with heavy metals and toxicity, or hormonal. Those are the primary areas that we're seeing them. So if it's a heavy metal situation, our go-to protocol is typically going to be either superfoods tincture or liver gallbladder tincture, because those herbs are going to help the body, chelate, or basically if you're a non-medical person, basically helps our body to push the things out that we don't want in there anymore, primarily toxic metals or just chemical toxins that we don't want. And we're going to pair it up with Frontier Cleanse to help the body eliminate it. And then some liver support. And I personally like the Live Clear, even though I love Live Clear too. But if I'm using a tincture, I don't feel like I need to use both. What are your thoughts on that, Tracey?
No, I love it. I mean, superfoods is spirulina and chlorella. So we know those are chelators. And then actually our liver gallbladder tincture was once called heavy metal detox. So
I love that stuff.
Yeah. So the name was changed, I think, simply because we knew that the herbs were going to help with that phase 1 through phase 3 detoxification, where you take that fat soluble toxin and change it, right? Convert it to water soluble so that your body can eliminate it. And I love your backing of the Frontier Cleanse to enhance the colon health, to move that out.
Because it's got the bentonite clay in it, which I think is really awesome when you're pushing toxins out of the body. The importance of binding them and eliminating them is really important because they seem to want to really stick around. They're like that guest that you can't get off your couch. So I think that that with any program that you're doing, the drainage component or elimination component is really, really important.
Yeah, and that's such a great protocol. I would probably say now, if people want a front end pusher, like for people that may not have the right density of nutrients, or, just might be malnourished. Because what I see is we have all the right products, to get these things out or to mobilize them to move out. But sometimes the people don't have the nutrient density to have the energy to, sustain that system of detoxification. So a good front end product to this may be the Remove Complete kit, where you're getting the power cleanse.
That power cleanse is awesome.
Mm-hmm.
That is so awesome. It's like a multivitamin on crack.
Yeah, oh, that's good. I think that's our new label, actually. But then the Emotion that's in the lean greens, plus the superfoods, plus it has the additional chlorella and spirulina, and it has DMG. So I kind of use that kit as an opener, and then I do a follow-up to whatever it is I'm looking at. Because most people are coming in nutrient deficient, and then to push a cleanse on somebody like that. But I love your take on headaches and heavy metals. And that's kind of like aha moment here for me. I'm like, oh yeah, brain, heavy metals, fat. I was like, duh. So I love that.
Well, it's also the constant arm pushing too that lets us really pinpoint where things start and where they're hanging out. So with the applied kinesiology being such a really awesome tool to have in my toolbox, it really helps me get to what's hanging out where we don't want it to be and get it out a little bit quicker. And it's sometimes a little bit different for our patients who aren't used to it. And they're like, what are you doing? I'm like, it's not a diagnostic tool. It just helps us really tailor your programs to you. But it really gives us just a little bit more insight on what may or may not be going on inside the body. And we find a lot of heavy metals hanging out up there, especially those people that have like that one stuck headache that's been there for years. And they've gone to every single specialist and it never goes away. The minute we start pushing metals, we see an almost an immediate improvement, which is really cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So that, then we'll go on to chronic. Since we've covered the headaches, we'll go into chronic pain. And chronic pain is has all different roots that we're seeing. So we're seeing obviously the autoimmune path, which is never fun, and it's kind of a long haul fix, but there's a fix. Or it's just an inflammatory lifestyle that we need to address. So from the protocols, we like the inflammation tincture a lot. And then we also want to source what the root of it is. So if it's lifestyle related, if it's like more based on inflammatory foods, then usually the culprit that we're seeing is sugar. So Sugar Solve is going to help with that because it's going to help with the cravings, but also help with the body, that stress response that we're getting with cortisol from having too much sugar. And then the X-Flame. The X-Flame is unbelievable with when we're treating pain. We get such great feedback on it because of its anti-inflammatory and analgesic properties. So that's been so putting those together. So if it's immune rooted, then we're going to obviously add immune tincture. And then different products to make sure that we're supporting drainage and also supporting the gut. So we'll use obviously a probiotic or sometimes the GI Complete. It just depends on kind of what the patient's got going on and what they can handle.
Great. No, that's great. I love like learning how our doctors use all of these formulations and the way that your mind works when you're applying them. I love the addition of Sugar Solve. We don't think about that floating sugar that's just going around in our system. And a lot of people think that their body's dysfunctional, and it's really not. Sometimes excess sugar in the blood is just a mineral deficiency, because the cell actually needs vanadium and chromium to open so that it can receive the glucose from the blood. And that's in the Sugar Solve. Yeah. Right. There's also,
it's so important to handle sugar. And, it's just, and if for people that don't consume a lot of sugar, it can, if you bring it into your diet suddenly, like out of nowhere, you can see your body can become inflamed very, very quickly. And you would think it's the opposite, like, oh, I can handle it, but it's not used to it. And I looked at like just my own personal experience where I've been donating blood and plasma because our family was fortunate enough to recover from having COVID-19. And so I donate that to help other people. And they always check my cholesterol, and my cholesterol, because we were traveling quite a bit last month, went up like 30 points in like a minute. And I was like, what is going on? I realized I was eating sugar when I was on the road, because I feel like I can do whatever I want when I'm not home.
Yeah. Right.
Oops.
That's the travel vortex that you enter into. Like, I'm fine. I can see whatever.
Yeah. Like, it doesn't count. If I'm not in the house, it doesn't impact me. And at least in Palm Beach County, Florida, it doesn't impact me. And apparently that's not true. So anyway, using the sugar solve to help with sugar, and sometimes just the adrenal products to also support that will be beneficial as well. Because I think when you're dealing with an immune issue, the adaptogens are going to be really beneficial as well. So we will also put those into the body when we're handling chronic pain as well, because that is going to create a stress response.
Yeah,
and so when you're in pain, you're going to be tired, you're going to have fatigue. So the ginseng is going to be beneficial, as well as the other adaptogens that are a little bit more calming and help to kind of stabilize that stress response. We add those as well.
Yeah, that's great. And I love your whole body approach. It's not a pill for an ill, because you could go, oh, joint pain, here's HA plus and X-Flame, see you next week, right? But you're like, wait a second, what's the pain coming from? Is it an inflammatory response from food sensitivity? Do you need GI complete, probiotics, enzymes? Is it chronic pain from a trauma, right? And is your body in constant fight or flight because of it? Do you need adrenal support? Mm-hmm. So I love that whole body approach. And the X-Flame, I think, is amazing too.
Oh, it's so cool.
It has the patented trademarked creselazine in it, which is what kind of sets it apart. And it's a non-drug, but it's a patented ingredient, and it's medically and clinically proven to reduce pain. So it's great. So it's a material consisting of what's like a bonded crealkaline, yet another patented trademarked ingredient, which is a fatty acid carbon. But those things come together, and they have been shown to reduce inflammation and shorten the lifespan of inflammatory responses. So it's a really important product, and we don't put it in there just for fun. We put it in there because we know that there's research on it, and it works really fast.
Yeah, that was one that creeped in when I first brought NF into my pharmacy. I was still learning, because I had been with one product line who had done all of my training, and I kind of slept, breathed, eat everything, that same thing. And it was definitely, and so bringing new products in was like, it was like bringing a new child into my home. I was like, what? Like, they're not behaving, and I had to know what to do with them. And that was one of the first ones that I brought in that Rashid's like, you're going to really like this. And the feedback I got out of the gates was unbelievable. So that is, that's a great product. And so that with the inflammation tincture, because I had gotten some very good advice years ago with a colleague / mentor, kind of someone like you in my life, who had said, when you're building your programs, you have to have, the patients have to feel better within 36 to 48 hours. Not meaning like 100% better, but there has to be some feeling of improvement
right
that time frame. Otherwise, you'll lose them. And it's true every time, because if you do not give them something that that they're going to understand, like their body actually is responding, then you're going to lose them. And X-Flame is a really awesome product. If you have anyone that has any pain, even if that's not their primary symptom, you can put them on X-Flame and they are going to feel better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Love it.
Yeah.
We're only on point one.
Yeah. No, it's all right. The rest they all kind of go together. So anxiety is going to be, we are going to always treat that with, I don't really have a tincture. I like using the adaptogens. So I'm going to go to the anxiety, the adrenal tincture, and then Calm Day. And then like anything else, we're going to still look for the root of it. So we're going to go for gut, like we did for Up Above with the with immune issues, we're going to go after the gut and look at hormones. So, and then perhaps add some liver support depending on how it's presenting. So that's a really easy one to work with, and we get a quick response.
So I'd love to hear your reasoning behind looking at the liver. Just for learning purposes.
Because in Chinese medicine, a lot of irritability and emotions are rooted in the liver.
Okay.
And also, I just think conventionally we're seeing it too. I think when you address liver, you improve sleep. When you address liver, you improve a lot of mood symptoms, and anxiety being one of them. If things are stuck and they're not getting out the way they're supposed to, especially with if the anxiety has any hormonal roots, then you're going to always have to address the liver when you're going after, especially like women with PMS. You have to nail the liver to get that PMS under control.
They're angry.
Yeah, we sure are. So
my liver must be all right then.
What?
So my liver must be okay.
Mine might need some tweaking. So we always go after the liver for
it's true talk. We have to talk about these things because, there's a lot of people that suffer from that. And a lot of husbands right now that are buying copious amounts of Live Clear. So I think we have to talk about it.
Yeah.
So it's really important, actually, not to make light of a topic that can be harsh.
Be light because if you go to a patient and you're telling them they're giving them liver support, they're assuming that one of their vital organs is dying.
Right. Right. We're like, no, it's just angry.
Yeah, that's why I also appreciate that your liver gallbladder tincture used to be heavy metal tincture, because I have changed a product that I brought in my office that said heavy metals to say detox, because I was like, no, you don't want to have those. It scares people.
Right. It does. It scares people because then they think like they have heavy metal poisoning and they're dying.
Yeah, exactly. Heavy metal poisoning or their liver's dying, something. So all that, explaining it to them is really important, because otherwise you will create more of the anxiety that we're trying to get rid of. So that's my reasoning between liver. And you'll probably see that, and I treat the liver in pretty much everything. I think the liver needs, as long as you're living, breathing in this country, you need liver support.
Right. The end. Everybody get Live Clear. It's on deep discount.
Period. Yeah. Liver, period. That's it. Fatigue is going to be a hormonal pattern that we see most of the time, unless it's an immune issue. So if it's the body's tired because it's sick, then we are going to figure out what the stressor is. Is it, if it's an immune issue, is it bacterial, viral, parasitic, or fungal? Because in Florida, we see a lot of fungal issues, especially black mold, because our climate's so moist. So we want to, if it's fungal, then we're going to address the gut, use Candy Kill, as well as the micro cleanse tincture. We really like that. And especially because we treat a lot of kids. That one, or Microgon.
We knew what you meant.
Yeah, that one does really well. So, if it's something that's kind of rooted in like more of a fungal or candida issue, which can cause a lot of fatigue as well, then we'll go that way. Otherwise, if it's if it's a hormonal issue, then we are going to give adrenal support. So, I think, B vitamins, C vitamins are good for just supporting the actual gland, as well as using the Adrenamax and the adrenal tincture. I think I have an adrenal tincture in every bag I have that I just kind of suck down before and after workouts and things like that. And my kids like it a lot too. So we like that very much. And the ginseng is awesome because that's going to combat that the fatigue pretty quickly.
Yeah. And you forget that you just get used to stress. You know what I mean? And it's like running this stream all week long. I had one of my friends text me and she's like, "Are you taking your adrenal tincture?" And I'm like, "No." Like, no, I'm not, because I'm not thinking about taking care of myself right now. And she's like, "I'm thinking for you." I was like, "Oh, okay, great. I'm glad you're my brain, because I need a brain this week." So
Yep.
I did. I went downstairs and I took 2 dropperfuls yesterday, and I'll do it again today. And I've been taking my power cleanse and my lean greens, and I'm trying to really focus in on not just thinking stress and stress-related fatigue is normal, right? Like you said, it's common, but it's not normal. I love that. That's a great statement.
I remember hearing Mark Hyman speak years ago, and he said, well, like most of America suffers from FLC syndrome and feel like crap syndrome. And he goes, they don't even know they feel bad until they start to feel better.
That's true. That's true.
Very true. So autoimmune, I think that's way too big of a subject to get into right now. So like anything, I'll just go briefly on it, that if it's when it's an autoimmune issue, it just means the body's attacking itself. And there's some reason why. So that's our job. And that's why a patient would always want to seek a professional that really looks at the whole body when they have an autoimmune condition, so that they can figure out where the root cause of it is and what the stressor on the body is. Stressor meaning what immune, or what is it? Is it a toxin that came in, or is it an immune stressor that we need to address? And when it's something like that, we really need to be specific as to which one. And our labs and muscle testing are going to give us a really good idea of where we need to go with that.
Yeah.
And then we'll cover is if it's a toxin, then we're going to use the same toxin protocols that we would use for headaches or chronic pain. And if it's an immune, then we're going to need to pinpoint which one it is.
And people need to realize, like, autoimmune isn't one thing, right? It's like an onion. It's like, okay, we're going to strip out the heavy metals. Okay, now we're going to strip out the candida. Okay, now we're going to fix the gut dysbiosis. Okay, now we're going to nutrify the body. Like with autoimmune, I think people have to realize, like, it's a good journey with you. And it takes, many different modalities, from you doing the acupuncture to the nutrition. And it's a comprehensive approach to the body. It's not like, oh, here's your pill to repress the symptom, move on with your life.
And it's not quick. And that's the hard thing. One of my mentors said to me years ago, he said, you always set up 6-month programs for your patients. And, and that's kind of, I like to do that because I think that's nice to be able to have an end goal. But he said when it's an autoimmune case, for every year they've suffered, there's a month of care.
That's right.
And that's something that's really hard, because they'll come in and they'll say, well, I've been doing this I spent, $30,000 doing all these like unique treatments and these machine. And I'm like, I don't know what that is, but I'm really glad that you're here. And, let's just figure it out. It didn't take you a week to get here. It's not going to take a week for it to go away.
Right.
So
you didn't get sick overnight. You're not going to get better overnight.
No,
I had a gentleman call me yesterday with the same type of issue, and he was on a really good protocol from another practitioner, and he was just mad. And I said, listen, you finally figured it out. I said, I wouldn't change anything about the protocol your practitioner has you on. I said, now your body just needs time. I said, are you willing to invest the time now? You've invested all the money. You've invested time in your sickness. Are you ready to invest time in your healing? And he was like, I'd never thought of it that way. I said, you didn't get sick overnight. You're not going to get better overnight. He's like, well, I've been doing this a year. I said, well, how long have you been sick? He's like, about 15 years. I said, well, good. You have a few more months left. It's just the way it is.
Well, don't forget that, like I always say, our bodies have this innate wisdom to take care of us during really hard times. So when we are at our sickest, they are working really hard to just keep us going. That when we actually surrender and start healing, that can sometimes be when you feel the worst.
Right.
Because our bodies are like, oh, thank God.
Goodness.
I've got all this stuff in here to take care of it. I don't have to.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of an important expectation. So autoimmune people, I'm really sorry you guys are going through this, and we are here for you, but this is much more involved than like a 2-minute protocol. So so we're gonna just put that on the side. Hormone imbalances are really important to make sure we're taking care of. And the endocrine tincture is actually really awesome, depending on what it is. But for any female health related issues, which is going to be like the PCOS, the endometriosis, the terrible PMS, and then the menopausal stuff, all of that are really going to get better with that, because it's got, the black cohosh, the chase tree, the astragalus, which is going to support the immune system, the kelp, all these really important things that are going to really support the body. So, and then as always, not to keep beating a dead horse, but liver on the endocrine issues. We are always going to support the liver in our office. So, and then B vitamins. And then, so those are going to be like the first things we're going to do to actually let our patients actually feel a little bit better. And then often adding calm day and sleep time. Sleep time being really important because if they have a hormonal issue, sleep is almost always going to be is going to be a symptom of it. And if you're not sleeping well, you're not healing well. So getting them to sleep is going to be probably one of the greatest gifts we can give.
Wow. Excellent. Yeah.
Skin issues. It depends on how they're coming to us. First of all, I have a strong opinion of eczema, which is that when I have, 5 different rashes and 5 different kids come to me and they all look different, they all feel different, and they're all eczema. I would say that we have some issues in that field, but for skin issues, it just depends on how we're seeing it. For the and that's not, if it's an acne thing, then we're going to look at hormones as well as some underlying bacterial infections, which is going to cause. So we're going to bring the immune tincture, Immunimax, perhaps into it, and then healing the gut for like things like acne. If it's the eczema in the kids, we are going to look at food sensitivities as well as supporting the gut and supporting fungal. Often we see a lot of fungal responses, and sometimes that also can have heavy metal roots. Like if it's a vaccinated child, that throws that whole balance off. So we might add a little bit of the liver gallbladder tincture.
Okay.
And when I say might always, we like that a lot. And so it just depends on the skin issues. So that could be a whole other talk at another time. But that is just looking for why it's happening and supporting those. And then we've even used like different tinctures topically, like when we know what it is and when we've been able to identify the source of it, and it's been really beneficial as well.
Yeah.
And then pediatric issues, the pediatrics are amazing with these tinctures. The kids respond, their immune systems are better than ours in most cases. So as long as we give them, some Probzyme, some immune chewables, and then whatever tincture makes the most sense, depending on what's going on, they respond really, really quickly.
Mm-hmm.
So I got into the tinctures when my child was having, I didn't get into them. I was already using them and loving them. My love affair got even greater with them when my daughter developed a tic. And we couldn't figure out what it was. And someone had recommended chlorine dioxide. And I was listening to a woman who lectures quite a bit on it, on why it was so important, how it attacks toxins and heavy metals and funguses and bacteria and parasites and viruses all at once. And so I was like, well, I'm not going to get this because I need to get rid of this thing right now. So I pulled out my tinctures and gave my daughter, one of everything pretty much. And she was better. The tic went away in like 48 hours.
Wow.
Yeah. So I love them for the pediatric uses. Infertility is going to go back to the other hormone imbalances. So I don't think we need to, that's too hard to put together on this presentation a fertility protocol, but the endocrine tincture is amazing to support that, as well as addressing liver and gut, and then addressing the adrenals as well.
Yes.
So we use the adrenal tinctures. Chronic inflammation, we've already covered inflammation. Anxiety apparently is a big one because it's in here 2 times. So we can skip that. Depression is awesome. And we use, like I said, liver tincture for this a lot. And then we use the adrenal tincture as well as the mood lift.
Mhm.
And then gut support, depending on what gut support we want to use. So, so sometimes the glutamine, and then probiotics, and then an enzyme to support depression. And we see really good results with those. And Calm Day. Calm Day always
I
is
like Calm Day. That
Calm Day.
suntheanine is excellent.
It just works so quickly to take the edge off, because most people that have depression are going to have anxiety with it. And when you can take that little edge off, they can start feeling better. Asthma, we use, again, the immune tincture, depending on what, and then the microgun tincture, often to support that, as well as the NAC, and then treating the gut and looking at foods. That, I think that asthma has a strong connection to food sensitivities. So food journaling or food allergy testing is going to be what we do when we have an asthma case.
Okay.
Do you have anything to add with asthma?
I like to support the lungs. I like to support oxygenation. So I'd probably throw in some DMG and NAC if needed. I think that helps. But I agree with you completely. I think it's a food sensitivity issue, mostly to dairy. And then gluten would probably be the second. But I've also seen it triggered by dyes and things like that. And
Chicken.
Chicken, right? It's sometimes just the most common food, right?
Really weird things, yeah.
Yeah, most common foods that somebody will eat can be the most problematic because they have, the gut permeability, the integrity of the small intestine is compromised. What the cause of that is, I don't know. So I go with gut healing as well.
Yeah,
So,
I think when you did your lecture on MTHFR, it was when you said it's not a matter of whether or not these people have leaky guts, it's how leaky are they. And I think that
right.
we will that mutation probably is present in a lot of these chronic asthmatics, the allergic asthmatics, not the exercise induced. So allergies is going to be the same as asthma, we're going to look for the same patterns. But we're going to address it differently. So the Air Max is awesome. We use that quite a bit with the immune tincture for allergies, and do really well with that. While we're trying to put together a program for the foundational or functional health, the Air Max works, like a dream. And I sometimes double up on the dose, but it gets the job done. And especially because right now we're experiencing our combo of fall and spring in Florida, where all of our live oaks are shedding and all of our flowers are blooming. And so we're treating a lot of allergies right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Same in PA.
Yeah. So, and then thyroid, we are going to still use the adrenal tincture for the adaptogens. Sometimes the endocrine tincture, as well as the thyroid support, and then liver and gut support for treating our thyroid cases. But like I said, we're always going to add the tinctures with them. And then weight loss is not getting, that's a way bigger area to cover.
Yeah, weight loss is way bigger. And
I'm sure there is someone covering weight loss in this.
Actually, weight loss I look at as a side effect of health, right? Emotional health, physical health, nutrient health, detoxification health. Like, it's not a one size fits all. It's not calorie cutting and restriction. It's more of nutrient density, reducing toxicity, and balancing hormones, balancing inflammation. So everything you talked about, if somebody would just follow a couple of these protocols, most likely they will probably lose weight.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, you don't see too much, especially a patient that's coming into a holistic health practice that is that their weight is directly related to eating really low quality sugar rich foods. Like, that's just not our typical patient. They have something that's that's driving it. So
Right.
when we get to the root of what's causing it, then we're able to support that process.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, this has been fantastic. So do you take clients outside of the Florida area if somebody would want to see you?
Absolutely.
Okay. And how can they get in touch with you?
They can go on to our website. That's the easiest because they can schedule right there for a phone consultation. We offer all of our patients when they're coming an opportunity to do a free consultation, because that's a good way for them to meet me and me to meet them and kind of determine if we're a good fit. And then if we are, we hit the ground running. So our website is www.accesswellnessfl.com.
Awesome. So if you don't mind repeating that one more time so I can put it in the chat box for everybody.
It's www.accesswellnessfl, like Florida.com.
Of course, you just had to throw in the Florida, didn't you?
I love it. I am a lucky ducky, and I acknowledge it. I have gratitude every day.
Well, that's awesome. And the sunshine helps, right? Today we have some sunshine, so it's important that people get outside, connect with, all the beauty that's out there, get some sun, get some fresh air, breathe deep, relax. And then second to that is all of these great protocols, right? Lifestyle first, protocol second, but absolutely call Dr. Courtney up, get an appointment. She's amazing. Just so much information. And you know what I love most about you is you really care. You care about your patients, and it shows.
That I do. Sometimes I'm caring about them, though, right through the middle of the night. So
I've received those text messages. So thank you so much for being here. The website is posted in the chat box for anyone that wants to get in touch with Dr. Courtney and make an appointment via in Florida or telemedicine. She can do both. And we just appreciate you so much.
And the feeling is mutual. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely.
And have a great weekend. And I'm sure, talk to you very soon.
Of course. All right. We'll see you later.
All right, bye, Tracey.
All right, guys, stay tuned. Thank you so much for being here today at the Weiner Wellness Virtual Summit. It has been an amazing day, I feel, of just great education. Remember that you can receive all of these products that the practitioners are talking about simply by stopping in to the Weiner Wellness Center, or you can call, make an appointment, get your orders shipped to your doorstep, or you can pick them up curbside. As easy as we can make this for you to take that first step towards health. But I hope you go in and meet the great team that's in there waiting for you. Such good people, great staff, and we're just so thankful. So you are watching the Weiner Wellness Virtual Summit. We'll be streaming all day right here on this link. So stay tuned because we have an educational hour coming up, and then our next speaker and roundtable today. So much great stuff coming up. Hang tight.
Welcome to The Holistic Truth, sponsored by Nutritional Frontiers. Nutritional Frontiers is a Pittsburgh-based professional nutraceutical company founded by Dr. James Weiner and Jamie Dorley, and they are celebrating their 12th anniversary. All of the Nutritional Frontiers formulations are 100% guaranteed for purity and potency and follow the highest quality control standards today, including CGMP manufacturing facilities, certificates of analysis, and third-party testing. Want the truth?
You can't handle the truth.
And now, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. It's Nutritional Frontiers and the Holistic Truth.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Holistic Truth, the free class on the app for natural healing. At the Holistic Truth, you get the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Joe Messino, can you handle the truth?
Yeah, you know, I can handle the truth. You can handle the truth. We're going to make sure everybody can handle the truth.
And today's a very special edition of Live, the Jamie and Joe Show on khbradio.com. The Jamie and Joe Show is
the longest running episodic duo healthy talk show in the tri-state area and soon to be the world, because we've just been recognized as the most entertaining.
What? Just recognized?
Again.
Oh, we've been going for this award for a long time. We finally got it.
We finally got it.
The most entertaining
show of talk shows.
I know. We were second place for how many years? 12 years in a row. We finally got the victory. And Joe, build your trophy closet up, because that cabinet's going to get full.
All right.
Because we are live and we've gone global. All you need to do is whip out your device, click on the khbradio.com, anywhere in the world, and touch that button, Joe.
Touch that button. That's all you got to do. Touch that listen live button. And we're here.
And we're live every Monday from 11 a.m. to 12 noon Eastern Standard Time. Tuesday and Thursday, early bird special, because the early bird does get the worm, Joe. 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on Tuesdays. Talking Tuesdays with Dr. Tracey Stroup and Joe Messino now.
Wow, I get to co-host another show with the one and only Tracey.
I tell you what, it's like when you take the actor from one show and suddenly he appears on every other show. I love it. It's unbelievable. So Tuesdays, Talking Tuesdays with Dr. Tracey and Joe Messino. And then Thursdays used to be Wild Card Thursdays. Is it still?
It's still just, you know, anything can happen Thursdays. Yeah, anything can happen. I think Candace is anchoring it, our own Candace Wilson. She anchors the show.
Rising superstar Candace Wilson.
And you never know who she's going to have on with her.
That's a lovely thing about Thursdays, Joe, because you're that close to the weekend. You never know what can happen on a Thursday. Reminds me of the old days. Thursday night was always ladies' night. Now it's Thursday morning. Who are we to discriminate, mornings or nights? So you can get us live, khbradio.com. And occasionally on the Jamie and Joe Show, we have special guests, right?
Yes, we do.
And none is more special than our guest today. The lovely and talented Elizabeth Tringali. She's the owner of Tringali Vibrant Health, located in the beautiful part, maybe our favorite part of the country.
Tampa, Florida?
Southeast Florida, Joe.
Southeast Florida?
Yeah, this is the creme de la creme. Her Wellness Center.
You've had the benefit of being there, right?
Absolutely. I've had the benefit of hosting her for dinner, going to her facility. And it's not only the facility, it's the staff and the team that she has in play. You want to talk about genuine, well-educated, you know, and they're doing some unique things across the board in functional medicine. You know, they've been in the West Palm Beach area of Florida for years now. They're helping people, and I love how they empower people to feel and look younger and healthier. And they work with all types of different types of conditions. I know she's a big expert on everything from autoimmune conditions, bioidentical hormones. They do, of course, nutrition with Nutritional Frontiers. They do IV vitamin therapy, chelation, food allergies. You name it, they do it.
Ozone. Nice. Ozone therapy.
So I know she wants to talk about a few things today. We're in the biohacking mood. We're on biohack genetics. She's an expert on Lyme disease, of course. So let's give a nice warm welcome, Joe, to Elizabeth Tringali. Welcome to the show, Elizabeth.
Hi there. Thank you so much, Jamie and Joe, for having me. I didn't know you guys were #1 in the radio show series here. Who are you against that you became #1?
We're against everybody. Everybody's against us. Come on. We have a lot of fun, of course, on the show. We've been doing the show together for how long?
12 years.
Wow, 12 years.
Yeah.
Since the beginning of time and the beginning of Nutritional Frontiers. So we have a lot of people following us, of course, and we have special guests. So I know your time is so valuable. So thanks so much for making time to come on. Can you tell us a little bit about your practice and what makes you guys so unique?
Well, we do functional medicine, so we try to find out the function of what went wrong instead of just treating allopathically and treating the symptoms. We try to get down to the nitty-gritty of what triggered it. Was it genetic? What kind of environmental poisons and toxins or nutritional deficiencies do you have? And then go at it from a foundational issue as opposed to just like a BB gun treating the symptoms. That's in a nutshell what we do.
Yeah, and that's great because the theme on our show and the Nutritional Frontiers is, how many times have you heard, Elizabeth, when, having these charity races, right? Race for the cure, Joe.
Yeah.
Well, they're still looking for the cure. We say look for the cause, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I say the exact same thing. By the time you find the cure, it's too late. And what about preventing it? Before it even gets developed, that's what we want to do. Now it's easier to prevent than it is to treat, right?
Yeah, and that's been the key with this whole thing going on, not only with Lyme disease, which is big in the Pennsylvania area, but of course the COVID-19. I'm looking at research. We had our seminar this weekend about biohacking genetics and diabetes. Heart disease still killing almost 1 million people a year.
And diabetics are among the highest mortality rate in this thing that we're facing out there right now.
Yeah, so we're with you, and I think what actually is helping recently with everything going on is people realizing, I better start taking care of myself a little better because if not, I'm at much higher risk than the average person. So we love your background. I know being a physician's assistant and working in the functional medicine field for so long, you've been helping so many people out. And, we just want to thank you again. I know you're a member of the A4M, so are we, the American Academy of Anti-Aging Medicine. And, we need more functional medicine practitioners like yourself that are really going after the cause of the problem and getting away from this quote unquote, like you said, by the time you find a cure, it's on to 10 other things because, they keep talking about a vaccination now. Well, 18 months from now, we're going to be on to 2 and 3 and 4 other things. And who knows if the vaccination would work? And then, you look at all the risk factors with that involved. So, are you accepting new clients and patients at your office?
Yes, I just expanded. I hired Dr. Gandhi. She's an MD. She was from Wellington, and she was interested in doing functional medicine because she was sick of poisoning people like we do in regular primary care, unfortunately. So I trained her well, and she's now joined me. So I'm super excited to expand the practice because I was getting a little overwhelmed just doing it myself.
Oh, I know. I came down to visit. You had a tremendous workload. You were backed up, and the office was. And Joe was doing some research the other day, and he says he loves the combination you and Dr. Gandhi at the office. So how long has she been down there as a medical doctor?
She's been a doctor for 4 years, but she just joined us in February. She's been training with me for months prior to that, just kind of shadowing me to see the types of things we do. But she said it's very eye-opening. I should have brought her on the show with me. She's home today because of the COVID. But yeah, she's just shocked and appalled with how the truth about what's really going on in medicine. And so once these physicians do open their eyes and they see what's going out there and how most things are run by big pharma and the lobbyists and the politicians, et cetera, then they start to say, gee, I'm not even practicing real medicine anymore. I'm just becoming a pill pusher. And it's enlightening to see these young people, the young physicians saying, hey, I don't have to just use drugs. I have these herbs that have been around for hundreds of thousands of years, if not more, Well,
I think it's amazing. That statement that you just delivered that said that this MD shadowed you to learn the basics of functional medicine. This, I think, that says it all, Elizabeth, because that's what's required. They don't learn it. They don't know it. They really have the right intentions. Like Dr. Gandhi had. She has the right intention. She wants to help people. But she found out really early on she couldn't do that through her basic medical training. And she sought you out, and she shadowed you to learn from you. That's something to be very proud of. And I think that's something that we need to shout from the rooftops.
Absolutely. I mean, this reminds me of The Untouchables, the movie, Rick. You can't go to the old school medical doctors, right? It's too late. I love how you got somebody young, on the way up, excited with her background, that, you know, has the degree, has the credentials, but hasn't been a doctor, quote unquote, for too long, where they may not be open to this. So that's the exciting part that I'm hearing here, right? Is that, wow. You know, when it's, you know, I'd like you to just maybe take us through that relationship a little bit, because this is profound. Because I like what you said. Once she saw what Elizabeth was doing at her office, once she saw what you guys were doing at Tringali Vibrant Health, then her eyes opened up. Was it that she knew anything about functional medicine, or this was brand new to her?
Well, so she worked in a clinic I used to work at years ago, where I brought in functional medicine, like about 8 or so years ago in Wellington. And so she had a lot of my you have to go to a wellness center because this is stuff that we have not learned in school. And so she just kind of got sick of ignorant in that area. Not that she's not smart, she's brilliant, but in that area, like you guys were saying, they're not taught this. I wasn't taught this in PA school. I mean, I went to University of Florida College of Medicine. They don't teach you one thing about nutrition. We learn about scurvy or pellagra or these ancient diseases of nutrition, which actually we are seeing nowadays again because nutrition is so poor. But so after her seeing my patients, she reached out to me and she said, you know, I really would like to join you and learn how to really truly help a body heal and give the people the nutrients and the supplements and the diet guidelines that they need, because she said what she was doing wasn't anything but kind of cookbook, you know, so that's how it started.
That's awesome. Yeah, that's great. Now, so you have such a wide variety of modalities that you offer at your clinic. I mean, everything from, you know, testing through to nutritional supplements and ozone therapy and, you know, IV. What is it? I mean, when you have such a wide variety that you offer, I mean, what's it look like to a patient coming in there the first time?
Well, everyone gets put on an old school elimination diet because nutrition is the most important foundation, and that's the cheapest thing we can do. People don't realize that gluten-free is not a fad. You know, there's 5 times more gluten in our food now since the 80s than there was back when we were all kids. You know, I was born in the 70s, but they hybridized the wheat, and they don't realize that the gluten is such an inflammatory protein. It's a trigger for a lot of autoimmune disease and inflammatory conditions. And if you come down to all disease states, it's from inflammation. And that's why these people are all getting hospitalized that have comorbid diseases like diabetes and hypertension. I think it was Dr. Oz said the other day on the news, 88% of the people with the COVID admissions to the hospital from the ER have some sort of comorbid disease like obesity, diabetes, or hypertension. 88%. And then Dr. Hyman said 40% of those people with those inflammatory conditions are going to die from COVID. And, you know, this is a virus. We've been exposed. Our bodies are built to fight these viruses. But if you're eating an inflammatory diet and then suffering from these inflammatory conditions like diabetes and heart disease and stuff, your body is so out of whack and inflamed, you can't fight these diseases. So I work on inflammation the first thing when they come in. So they all get this 28-day cleanse, which is no gluten, dairy, soy, corn, processed foods, and I try to get them all off plastic. So like their water has to be in glass and filtered to reverse osmosis, try to get everything organic. And of course that's kind of pricey, but how can you not afford to eat that way? And if everyone follows that diet I put them on, when they come back after their blood's drawn in 2 or 3 weeks, they feel 50, 60, sometimes 80% better. Their migraines go away. Their skin starts to clear up. And you'll see acne go away. Their stomach conditions go away. And they'll say, you know, why did my doctor never recommend this? And again, it gets back to they're not trained to change your diet. If you go to a veterinarian and your dog is losing a tear or having a skin issue or vomiting or something, they change the diet, right? But we don't do that in medicine. Like, it doesn't make any sense. So After I get their labs back, after they're on that anti-inflammatory diet, then I'll decide which modality is the best. So I'm really, of course, big into the supplements. That's how I met Jamie. Thank you. So I'll put them on a program. A lot of people have multiple issues going on. It's never just, just diabetes or just Hashimoto's. The reason we have these diseases is there's some sort of microbe, there's some sort of infection, like a virus, a fungal infection, a bacterial infection, most likely all three. And so those toxins and microbes will cause all these biofilms in the body, and that's what makes us feel so sick. So I'll change their supplement or put them on a certain supplement regimen, and I'll recommend peptides or IV therapy. We recently just got in this new machine. Jamie, I didn't have it when we were here, but next time you're in town, I'm going to do it on you. It takes 45 minutes, and this is so exciting. It's total blood dialysis with ozone. So I was doing old school ozone up until now, where we take your blood out, like 500 cc's, mix it with some ozone and put it back in. Well, when you do that, ozone is 3 molecules of oxygen, as you know, and it kills the cell membrane of viruses and microbes that shouldn't be in the body. But all those endotoxins that we're releasing into that bag of blood that we're putting back in you, you're going to have a Herx reaction. You're going to have like some sort of detox reaction, Herxheimer reaction, right? So with the total body blood ozone, it's called EBO2. I'll elaborate on that in a minute. When we take the blood out, we filter it through this ozone filter, and it takes out all the debris that we're killing, and then it goes into the other arm as it's coming out of the right arm, then it's going into the left arm. So you're filtering out all the poison. It also pulls out heavy metals, mold, toxins, the biofilms. I mean, it's the most amazing system I've ever seen, and there's only 2 in the country.
I'm coming with him the next time he comes.
I know. We're fighting for you, Elizabeth. We both want to get on this device. So you just brought that into the clinic?
Yeah, we just brought it in Saturday. We had our training, and I did 3 people. One of my nurses has chronic Epstein-Barr, and her IgM, the acute marker for Epstein-Barr, won't convert to IgG. I mean, she has IgG as well, but it will not. She can't seem to get out of that acute phase. So she's chronically tired and run down. And this happened to her after a mold exposure. And she's had a history of Lyme too. But it seems like if you have a few stealth infections like Lyme or babesia, your body can kind of handle it. But then if you throw in and bombard it with some other factors like the Epstein-Barr or mold, which I'm seeing so much lately, that's when the Lyme and the other infections will show their ugly face. So again, we're born to fight these infections, but if you don't have proper nutrition, your vitamin D levels are low. Most people we check don't even have any vitamin C in their body. Like I'll check on every patient I check with part of my panel. And you want the level, it's just a serum C, so you think it'd be decent. You want the level above 2. I can't tell you, including myself, how many people are like 0.1, 0.2, and we just don't have the nutrition from our food. And I'm mainly vegetarian. Everything I eat is organic best I can. And it's not there. It's not, the minerals are not in the soil. Everything's depleted. So we're seeing people get sicker and sicker. And a quote, Dr. Parita, I don't know if you know him, he's a stem cell doctor in Boca. He was just telling me over the weekend when he was there for my training, he said by 2050, we're going to lose 11 million people to diseases because of antibiotic resistance. And I don't know if that was in JAMA or Journal of New England Medicine. I have to find out. I have to get that. But we're seeing resistance to antibiotics because people are overutilizing antibiotics. We're giving it to the feed and the animals. We're putting it in the soil. We're using all these herbicides for the vegetables and the fruits, etc. And the microbes are smarter than we are, and they're mutating and they're resisting. And we're seeing this with fungals, antifungals as well. So it made sense when he said that to me. By 2050, 11 million people are going to die because we don't have the ability to fight. But with your company, Jamie, with a lot of your nutraceuticals, there's no resistance to oil of oregano or caprylic acid or grapeseed extract, you know?
Yeah, it's perfect timing. We're going over the training with our team this morning on the Candace, which contains the berberine and caprylic acid and oregano. And, the nice thing with Nutritional Frontiers are working with healthcare professionals like yourself and Dr. Weiner over the years, Joe, is that we pull all the right ingredients together so that you don't got to take 4 and 5 and 6 products for an anti-candida or antifungal protocol. We have Candace, and that's really the blessing that we bring is that, hey, we have more comprehensive formulas so that you'll get better results with your clients and people will have better compliance because that's really the key to this. And you had said so many things. One that really jumped out, and I know Joe's ready to jump across the desk here because he's heard so many things. He's writing notes down. You got him going today, Elizabeth. So not that it takes much, but when I hear things like anti-inflammatory diet, right? Going on the modified elimination program, gluten-free. I love all these things. I think the challenge is sometimes people hear gluten-free and they'll come in and they'll bring their stuff in. When I did a consult, it'll be gluten-free cookies. I'm like, wait a minute. There are foods, folks, that are dairy-free, sugar-free, gluten-free, naturally in nature. And that's why I love you do the diet first. We were talking this morning with our team. I said, look, when I did consults, what did I say, Joe? Candid Kill, probiotic, dairy-free, sugar-free, and process-free for the first month, and 80% of what they came in with would be gone.
It's amazing.
And I love how...
From his food, right? Like, it's just amazing.
Well, I wanted to ask you too. You had mentioned when you start off, you're talking about gluten and how there's so much more in our diets, and it's hydrolyzed, and I kind of call it Franken wheat or Franken gluten at this point because of the, first of all, it's all genetically modified and it's all toxic from the glyphosate that's being sprayed at the spurt. They spur that last growth spurt with a final spray of the glyphosate. It's just toxic to no end. What is your opinion on certified organic wheat? Or for example, now, I'm Italian and I'm guessing you might be as well from your name, but I buy my pasta. It either has to be organic or imported from Italy. And the best case scenario is organic imported, because I'll never give it up completely. But what is your opinion of that?
I think after I do the washout, we can add it back in. And then if I'm still having issues with skin or stomach issues or some sort of joint issue, then I'll take it out longer. Some people, it takes 3 months for them to notice a difference. And that's when it's like a real mild sensitivity. But I have no problem adding it back in if you can tolerate it and you don't have those inflammatory symptoms we were just talking about. So that's fine with me. What's that, Honigman wheat, the original wheat from back ages ago before we processed it? Is that the one?
Yes.
Did you guys?
Yes.
From, I think, Wheat Belly, they talk about it. But yeah, I'm not against it. But dairy, I'm very against. And people get mad at me about dairy. And I tell people, if you're craving dairy, that means you have some sort of essential fatty acid deficiency. And when you check those patients, they do. And again, that's on my panel of blood work. I check for essential fatty acids. And all my people most people are low anyway, but people that crave that fat from dairy, they're low. And those EFAs, and you can feel it on their skin. They've got those little keratosis pilaris, those little like chicken skin on the back of their arm, right? Or on their chest as well. And the other thing about dairy that people don't realize is there's tons of hormones in it, naturally occurring, even if it's organic. There's hormones from the cow that they're giving to the baby cow to make them grow, which obviously we're not babies. And it makes us very inflamed. Seems like it makes people gain an awful lot amount of weight. And you see those allergic shiners under their eyes. They'll always have sinus issues, ear infections. And most of the kids getting their tonsils out do have some sort of gluten and dairy issue. But again, the ear, nose, and throat doctors don't mention this because it's food. But yeah, I'm really big on anti-dairy. Do you guys eat dairy, or are you guys both?
No, I mean, I love what you're saying, because Dr. Weiner taught us years ago, and my background being in natural bodybuilding and fitness back in the 90s, when I cut dairy, because early on, you drink milk because you didn't know any better as a kid. But early on in bodybuilding, as soon as I cut the dairy products out, my skin got thinner. I was like, wow, what a difference. My stomach wasn't bloated. I was able to get leaner and lose weight very quickly. And I noticed when I tried bringing it back in from time to time or over the years, it just didn't agree with me. And I'm on day about 90 something now, where I don't do any of it. I mean, no pizza, no cheese, nothing, because I know right away when I do it, it interacts with my immune system and my gut. And we recommend that for our clients and our patients and our doctors is get off dairy, get off sugar. That's the big one. And make sure that you are eating no processed foods. Now, I know this food's very addicting, but I heard so many things that apart. I love what you said was about the essential fatty acids. Our omega-3 D at Nutritional Frontiers, we have the high-potency EPA and DHA. So you're finding out when they're craving more dairy products that's low omega-3s.
Yes, yeah. I used to be a nutritionist before I went back to school, and that's where I got a good foundation in nutrition. And they taught us that then, and ever since I've been a PA and doing tests, it's a fact. That's what I see. So, yeah, start checking people. You'll see.
You also do a lot of, I see on your website, you're doing bioidentical hormone therapies and optimization. And of course, if they're eating dairy, then it's going to be impossible to balance and optimize their hormones. So this all ties in together, and it looks like you have such a complete practice theory going on here that we're 100% in favor. And I'll tell you, this dairy issue, I think, is almost even bigger than some of the wheat and gluten, because people know about wheat, gluten. They hear about it all the time. They hear about artificial sweeteners, but they still, want their ice cream. They still want their cheese. They still want their, creamers. But, there are other options. There's sheep's milk cheese. There's goat milk cheese. There's pecorino. I use that for cooking all the time because it's better than regular, non-organic Parmigiana. So there are options. And I think that's just it. You're there to educate the people. Your clients and patients are going to benefit from an enormous amount of knowledge from so many different areas. So
I have people texting me and emailing us. So are you accepting new patients? You said yes.
Yeah.
And you doing telemedicine? Are you doing live? Are you doing a hybrid of both?
We do live, and we'll do for people. Some people don't have the proper setup for telemedicine. I don't know how, but so then I'll either FaceTime them or we'll just do telephone.
Oh, okay. And what's the best number to call you, or is there a website that you like people to schedule?
Thank you. It's 561-283-1166. And the office website is Tringali, TRINGALI, -health.com. So Tringali-health.com or 561-283-1166. Today, we had hail yesterday in Florida. And so our phone lines are down today. So if you call right now, you may not get through. But you can go to the website, send an email to us. Could you believe there was hail in Florida yesterday?
We heard that, but we didn't believe the guy that told us.
Yeah, we didn't believe him.
We don't think he would steer us wrong. Isn't it funny, though, Joe? Everyone in Florida always tells us how bad the weather is.
Yes.
Meanwhile, we're in Pittsburgh. We have 4 seasons here in one day.
Yeah.
Isn't that right, Joe, in Pittsburgh? So if you want to meet with Elizabeth Tringali, she's a functional medicine expert. The great thing is she's accepting new clients and patients, and she can do this via old school Joe phone. Mm-hmm. She can do it email, live, FaceTime, or Zoom. Yep. So whatever way you like it, she'll do it. 561-283-1166. That's 561-283-1166. You can go to her website, Tringali-health.com. That's TRINGALI-health.com. Tringali-health.com. If you have any other questions we can help you with or connect you with Elizabeth Tringali, let us know at Nutritional Frontiers, because we're so appreciative of all support. We've been to her office many times. She's a partner with Nutritional Frontiers, and I know you utilize a lot of our formulations. So what are some of your favorite formulas you use from Nutritional Frontiers?
Oh, I love the Candy Kill. That is my favorite, as you know. Since when we last went to dinner, what was that, about 3 months ago? Do you remember?
Yes.
I started using that, and you can call our rep Larry. I mean, I just can't get enough. In fact, we were out of it for a week, and I was pulling out my hair. The reason I love it is it's not just for Candida. It's any antimicrobial. So it's great for Lyme. It's good for acne. Great for IBS, colitis. What else? What else? Eczema. Any kind of skin condition. It's like my favorite one. And like you said earlier, the reason I love your company so much is I was using 3 different products to get what you have in that one product. It's an excellent formula. Excellent.
Thanks so much. We appreciate your patience. I just got word this morning it's on the way from our manufacturing plant into our office. So Candy Kill will be back in stock this week, just in time, because I'm getting low myself. I love the formula. It really helped me take off a little more weight this year. And, we talk about, I love how you mentioned all these things: Lyme disease, Joe, acne, IBS, Candida. skin issues, right? All these different things tied into it. And the great thing is we've heard now a lot of cross-pollination using that with our blood sugar protocols. So can you talk about that a little bit? That was something that DACO we've talked about, Dr. Weiner, was the connection there with GI microbes and diabetics, weight loss, bloating, all those type of things.
Yeah, a lot of these diabetics are being told to go ahead and have Splenda or sucralose or even aspartame. What they're not realizing is Splenda is chlorinated sugar, right? We know that. And people don't know that, but people in our industry, we know it. When you drink it, I've read studies that it kills about 50% of the microbiome. So if you're killing all those little good bacteria in the gut that turn on our good genes and turn off our bad genes and help digestion, it's going to cause things like insulin resistance and diabetes, obesity. But no one really talks about that. So I'm glad you brought that up about the microbiome. And being more plant-based, you can change the microbiome in your gut in 3 days. So I'm not 100% vegetarian, like I mentioned, but I'm like 85, 95%. If you eat that way, just a few times more a week, or more plant-based, like don't do dinner with like your typical steak or eggs for breakfast or chicken for dinner. Just go plant-based just for a few days. You can change what's going on in your intestinal tract. You can lose more weight, but you're providing the fiber to feed those little bacteria in the gut, which you've been killing for all these years, doing things like Splenda and not CVS, but Splenda and aspartame. And then what else did you mention, Jamie? I mentioned the connection with diabetes, weight, and bloating. People have a lot of cravings, and they don't. Again, going to the allopathic medical doctor, they're never looking at the connection of candida and yeast overgrowth with all these cravings and the inability to lose weight. Absolutely. Once you give them the candy kill or some sort of antimicrobial for fungus, the cravings go away, and then that will help with the insulin resistance. But what's interesting? I used to do bodybuilding too, as you know, and I was doing more meat and protein and vegetables. My hemoglobin A1C, which is your 3-month sugar marker, was higher than I would have expected because I was eating very few carbs, just a lot of meat and vegetables at the time, and some starchy things like sweet potatoes, a little rice or quinoa. But I had a little more insulin resistance, and now that I'm more plant-based, I'm less insulin resistant. I don't understand that at all, but it turns out the meat is inflammatory and it does something to the insulin receptor. Do you want to talk about that, Jamie? Well, absolutely. When we learned on Saturday with Dr. Tracey Stroup, Joe, right, was talking about heavy metals in the meat, right, which we don't really think about, the toxicity of meat. And then I've been to some training with Tracey where she talked about diabetes for some people is the inability to break down fat. Yeah. Right? So I think what happens is that with a lot of people, I do better with very low red meat once in a while because I've been experimenting a lot this year. And I do better with fish, a little bit of chicken and turkey. And actually, I did the Immunolabs blood test for food sensitivities. And I was shocked. Joe's going to laugh because all the foods I was eating, Elizabeth, were ones that I was showing highest for sensitivity. Egg was there, tuna fish, natural nuts and nut butters. Every nut and nut butter down the list I had, right? And then you looked at malt and yeast, right? So anything yeast-related, bread, any type of starchy carbs. But I found personally that a lot of people are very sensitive to meat just from the overabundance of the fat. And when they do that, that can affect their insulin sensitivity, similar to having lower omega-3s, right? When those bad fats go up too high, and then generally when they're doing that, what happens is that any carbohydrates that they eat is going to block their ability to burn the fat. So what happens? Higher body fat storage. So a lot of the newer training I've been doing has been focused on that because you take someone and fitness does really well for a long time and then suddenly they don't do well. And why is that? Well, once their carbohydrate intake is at a certain level, even good carbs, any fat that they ingest, they're going to store. And that's what's happening a lot, Joe, right? Exactly. Yeah. So we like to combine what you're saying is, and even for us, I'm not a vegetarian, nowhere near it, but
I'm eating a lot more of a vegetarian diet than I ever have. And that's why our super shake has been so popular. That's our vegan shake. So a lot of people would do that for breakfast because they get into that trap of, well, I don't want to, you tell me no eggs and you tell me no carbs. So a lot of people don't know what to do for breakfast. So what is something that you recommend people as a go-to for breakfast? Doc used to recommend steamed veggies, right?
Yeah.
So what do you recommend for breakfast?
I love the super shake, and it's delicious too. A lot of these shakes are not so palatable, but your shakes are excellent. Even like your keto shake, yummy. That's like ice cream, literally. And then I'll just have sometimes they'll do a gluten-free piece of sprouted bread or like a rice cake, you know, the whole grain brown rice one with a little almond butter or sun butter on it. But if you do have an issue with the nuts, a little avocado toast would be good too. Or I'm really big on intermittent fasting, and you're really supposed to fast at nighttime. Our body is geared that way with our hormones, but it just doesn't seem to work well with the way our work life is set up and our social life, although right now no one can go out. But typically we all have dinners at nighttime. So I'll tell people, fast for breakfast and just skip that meal. Try to go 16 hours without eating to let your body have some autophagy and reboot its cells and help your stem cells, etc. But I'm really big on the shakes for breakfast. I think they're the easiest fast.
Breakfast is your first meal. It doesn't matter what time it is. You're breaking the fast, right?
True.
Yeah, and I love that you mentioned that because what I find, and I want to share this with people, I'm just going from personal experience. I think what happens is, and I want you to talk about this, Elizabeth. I think what happens for a lot of people is their mind, right? Their brain is so in tune with eating at certain times, right? Because I like what you said about it. Because here's how my brain works. It's used to eating at a certain time, but I've been doing this where I don't eat until about 12 or 1 o'clock, and then I have dinner and then nothing after. And it's really helped me a lot. But I do notice sometime in the morning, I'm expecting to eat still, right? I've only been doing this a few months. But once I can get through that 5 or 10 minutes, sometimes I'll just pop an olive in my mouth or something, a piece of celery. But if I can get through that first 10 or 5 or 10 minutes, then I'm fine. Mm-hmm. So is there something to that where our bodies are ingrained and so used to eating at certain times that if we can just change the environment we're in or go outside for a walk or drink water, that we can get through that 5 minutes and then we're fine?
Right. And a lot of us are just thirsty, honestly. Your body thinks you're hungry. You drink a full glass of water and then you're like, oh, I'm not that hungry. But no one has the patience to do that, to just kind of work through it. But
yeah, I think that's a great point. Because I was just thinking that without even realizing it. I said, I just get some water and then I'm fine, right? So, yeah, I think one of the papers we were looking at a while back said that one of the first signs of dehydration is you're hungry. But you're not hungry, your body's just thirsty. So I do like that, drinking some extra water. And then, hey, even if you start the first meal at that shake, right, super shake or the keto, those have been fantastic for people. You want to talk about game changers, right? Because it really helps simplify the program. And like you said, it tastes like ice cream. So people get a nice treat. And then they don't have to worry about what's in that meal. Plus, they're so inexpensive. I mean, for less than $2, Joe, can you get a meal anywhere with protein, good fats, and fiber?
No, all you can get is crap from a Mexican place that's a $1 menu. That's not food. But how about here's another option too. I don't know if you currently use our Pro Greens, but that's an option in the morning too if you're feeling hungry. And you instead of just drinking water, why not drink some fortified water with a whole bunch of greens in it? And there you go. That could be a great breakfast.
Yeah, I think that's good. And your superfood drops. Those would be good too. Like when you're in between meals, I think that would fill you up and detox you and give you some mental clarity. People don't realize when you said the heavy metals, Jamie. I forgot to mention that we're all full of so many metals, and even the fish. People say, "Oh, well, I eat wild salmon." The wild salmon, I hate to tell you, is full of metals, pesticides, plastics. I mean, ever since that BP oil spill, there's so many chemicals in the water. I unfortunately am telling people really to eat a lot less fish. So that superfood spirulina chlorella drops you have, I need to order that. that is a great way to clear the metals, which will then help with your allergies, your skin issues, your mental clarity. So that, I don't know why I've never saw that before until just now. I'm going to order like 20 of those today.
Yeah, we'll take care of that for you, no problem. Because
We're sure your rep Larry's listening to this show right now, so I'm sure he'll take care.
we sure hope so.
Yeah.
You know, he's quarantined at home, working from home. So, yeah, we'll take care of the superfoods for you. And that's been one of our hottest tinctures because of the chlorella spirulina combination, which are, Joe, the original superfoods at NASA.
Yes,
I know Elizabeth wasn't born back there, but we were born in the 60s. So we realized that. Well, man, who's counting, right? But yeah, I mean, everything now these days is superfood. But NASA really did research and found that the spirulina and chlorella, the allergy, is the oldest food and most complete food on the planet. And when you're trying to get the most nutrient-dense food, that's why we came out with that. Yeah, and it's excellent. I love the idea, Joe, of popping that in for a little bit of a treat and give some nutrients when you even drop it in drops in your water, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It'd be awesome. Even
So you had mentioned something that I love about Lyme disease. Can you expand on that a little bit about the connection with that? I know some doctors say virus, some say bacteria, some say yeast. What is some of your experience telling us about Lyme disease?
Well, they all have these other co-infections. It's not just Lyme, right? And there's always, in what I see, and I've been practicing for 20 years now, which I can't believe, there's always heavy metals or a lot of pesticides or the other microbes like we talked about, the mold, the candida, always. And so it's like this whole pot of just sewage is what destroys the immune system, and then they can't fight these self-infections. So if you clean them up, like your liver clear too, if you give them, your new patient, get them on a 28-day cleanse, give them some basic nutrients, some good protein shakes, and then that liver clear, they'll come back and say, hey, I feel better. And the other thing I love with Lyme is the spirochete destroys the cartilage and the tissue. It attacks it, like this little spiral corkscrew thing that attacks your tissue. But you can repair cartilage faster than that little stupid spirochete can destroy it. So if you add a scoop of collagen to their shake or just to their coffee every day, it will get rid of half their pain. And I was shocked. I learned that about that this year at iLabs in Boston. I can't remember the doctor that was teaching about it. But she said, just give all your Lyme patients a scoop of collagen. Do you guys have a collagen? I haven't used yours. You have.
Well, you're actually using it without realizing the keto shake has collagen protein right in it.
Oh, nice. So it's from the hide.
yes, hydrolyzed collagen.
Yep, so the keto has collagen in it. And then we have a couple of the formulas that we utilize for collagen remodeling is our HA+, which is the BioCell, the original type 2 collagen. So you get the 1 and 2 and 3 in the keto shake. And then we also have in the capsule version with the HA+. What do you prefer, Joe?
Well, I've always been a big powder guy, but the HA Plus capsules have just had so much history and so much success with that BioCell that when someone's in need of collagen, that's got to be my first choice. But the keto, of course, has it, and you can get the a vegetarian version of the collagen in our HA Plus powder. So if you have a lot of people that are vegetarian, the HA Plus powder is a great option for them.
And does it work?
So I just want good.
Joe, would you say that HA Plus vegetarian powder, does that work just as well as the regular collagen?
Most people, yes. From what we've seen in the clinic setting, yes, they're getting as good results as that as they are with the actual capsules and the animal-based ones.
I just want to remind everyone we're listening to the Jamie and Joe show. We're live like we are every Monday at 11 a.m. to 12 noon Eastern Standard Time on khbradio.com. We have very special guests, Elizabeth Tringali. I have so many people texting me, want to know how can they get a hold of you. To make an appointment with Elizabeth, please call 561-283-1166. That's 561-283-1166. And her website is tringali-health.com.
Okay, we are back. Welcome everybody to the Weiner Wellness Virtual Summit. This is our roundtable discussion, and today we're going to be talking about integrative care. How can we all learn to work together from natural health to allopathic? Where is the model broken? Why are we having such trouble getting our country and our world healthy? And with me today will be Candace Corcoran and Joe Messino from the Weiner Wellness Center. Thanks for being here, guys.
Hi, everybody.
Good afternoon.
You know, I thought Mikey G was going to be on. That's why I wore these glasses just for him.
So did I. Yeah, it's kind of like, I guess it's just a free for all today.
Okay.
That's how I feel. Like I'm like, everyone's texting me. I'm like, yeah, no, you're coming. Mike's here. He's just in, he's invisible. So the topic for today that I'd like to discuss is really the breakdown of what the integrative care model should be. I know Jamie always talks about allopathic, and he talks about the fact that it's not really set up for chronic care. And the segregation that had happened initially between natural health, nutrient health, and allopathic. And now we have this model trying to come back together, which is great, but there's still some barriers. So I'd like to start, with the topic of how did we get here, right? What can we do now moving forward? So Joe, I'll let you start.
Well, we have to go back in time to a warm summer evening around 1915.
Uh-oh. Oh boy. Where are we going?
That's when the Rockefeller Foundation decided to take their petroleum business and turn it into a pharmaceutical conglomerate industry giant that it is today. It started way back then. And way back then, they immediately started incorporating educational processes and courses into the medical schools. So, we had, it goes far back, Tracey, but, the interesting thing is that really, when people talk about modern medicine, that's a term I don't mind using, but I hate when they refer to allopathic medicine as traditional medicine, because in reality, it's about 100 years old. And we know that every other form of quote unquote medicine in the world is thousands of years old. So this is not traditional, it's modern medicine. It was spearheaded by the companies that were growing. The pharmaceutical industry was in its infancy back then, but that's where it all started, and that's where the curriculum started to change in medical schools. Medical schools prior to 1915 or so, roundabout, don't quote me exactly on the year, but they had a more
1929.
19 what?
1929.
Okay, well, I was off by a few, but
well, I'm just saying, that was when the introduction of what you're talking about. And a lot of people don't know this history. I think they think this is crazy, but this is true. It just really did happen. So they started to fund these schools. Right. And then eventually they said, well, if you want this funding, then you got to let some of our people on your board, your board of directors, so that we can direct your curriculum, because we want to know that our money is going in the right places and for the right education.
Exactly.
And so then they started to direct towards pharmacology, where prior to that, like you were saying, homeopathy was really the way. And we just had Robert Scott Bell on here, and he's a homeopathic practitioner. And he always speaks about this, and what most people don't realize is that homeopathy is recognized by the FDA as a legal form of treatment.
That's correct.
But it's just not enough money in it, right? If I give you a little $7 vial of arnica, that how much you'd have to sell 1 billion of them to make what you would make on an insurance kickback by, providing somebody with the trifecta of metformin, a statin, and a blood pressure medicine. Yeah. So there's just not enough money. And so I see the breakdown happening, Joe, and Candace, you can probably touch on this as well, that doctors are actually losing their ability to doctor because they are made to do certain things. Candace, I'll let you give me your input on this.
So going off of that, we've heard a lot of situations where practitioners are maybe bribed, offered, something with a high reward, or have certain minimums to make when it comes to offering prescriptions or vaccinations, anything that the drug companies can do, even to the point, we've heard about the vacations and things like that, but where they're furnishing their offices. That's a case where people are rewarded for working with them. And, Nutritional Frontiers offers rewards, but we're talking like a literature rack to hold up the information in your office. That is a high expense to us, but, it kind of makes sense. And maybe like a juice machine to sample the colors or some things like that. So when we're making offers like that, because it's a business, it's not to bribe anyone by any means, it's to help support, because there's a lot of education involved in what we're doing. So it's not just medication, prescriptions, here's what to take. It's your lifestyle. Here's how to learn, what you need when you leave the doctor's office. So there's a lot involved in that. And you guys were talking about the history of it. And it just goes back to, this is the way things worked before modern medicine was here. And why did we ever change? And for me, it's really easy for me to say, exactly. For me, it's really easy to say this because I've been raised where I wasn't at the pediatrician's every 6 months or every year for a physical. I wasn't rushed to the doctor if I had a skin rash, which I wasn't always, the healthiest child. I did have rashes and things like that, but I was taken to like a chiropractor or a naturopath and figured out the source of it rather than taking something else to make it go away, which oftentimes doesn't work. So for me, it's really easy to say, this is the way that, your body should work, it should function. And if there's times where things occur in the body, then you need to remove some toxins, support with extra nutrients and things like that. So like I said, for me, it's really easy to speak because for 28 years, that's the way I've lived. I've never rushed for a medication or even like an antibiotic with a cold or anything like that. So it's easy for me in my experience to share that since it's worked so well for me.
Right. And, Joe, I know that I've learned some things. I've been enlightened through this journey of COVID and just understanding on the other side of the supplement bottle a few things. When I give a protocol, right, I give a protocol because I know it's going to have health benefits. When I give a protocol, it's because I look at that person individually and I'm like, okay, you need this, this, and this, plus these lifestyle changes. I don't have like a cookie cutter, but what I've discovered from working with our medical professionals that they're kind of handcuffed right now. So in order for them to get their kickback, right, their insurance back, 80% reimbursement or whatever that looks like, they have to prescribe certain trifectas of medication to get full reimbursement. The other thing that I learned on the advocacy side was that schools get kickbacks for ratios of vaccinated children. Pediatric offices get insurance kickbacks for ratios of vaccinated children. So I'm looking at this and I'm like, unless a physician is willing to go to school and spend a couple of $100,000 to become a medical practitioner, go into the medical model, they have to abide by these insurance restraints, which keeps them from really being a good doctor, right, or they won't have enough money to stay in practice and then they can't be a doctor. So what do you say?
No, that's so true. I mean, it goes back to their education. I mean, they go into medical school and the whole curriculum is based on drug therapy, symptom management, unless they're going into surgery. And then if they're going into surgery, then they're learning that whole modality, but they still don't, the drug therapy is still a big part of that, even with the surgery. So those are the two things that they learn when they come out of school. And, like you said, they have tremendous bills from their their loans and from their 7 years of college. But there's no way that they can come out of school and not practice the curriculum they were taught. And that's where it all comes apart, because that's all they were taught. Now, we've been in this industry a long time, and I've attended conferences, and Candace has, and you have, Tracey. I've been attending them since in the mid-90s. And there were associations that did nothing but teach MDs how to practice integrative healthcare. And that's a good point right there, because when I first started in this industry, we weren't called integrative, we were called complementary. Oh no, I'm sorry, we were called alternative medicine. That's it, alternative. And that had that stigma of being, out there.
Mysticism, right?
Yeah, exactly. And then it graduated to complementary. Oh yeah, we're still going to do all of this, but you can complement the drugs and surgery with a few vitamins. And then a few years later, it increased to integrative. Okay. And now we almost reached a 50-50, split.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then it moved from that to where we are now. And that's functional medicine. But the organizations that were teaching doctors how to make this jump are still there. The only problem is the doctors, after going through 7 years of school and having, debt up to their ears, they have to pay for this again.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. They have to pay for an additional curriculum.
You're right.
And I put on your radio show, I don't know if you were listening, with Dr. Elizabeth Tringali. She spoke for it was Dr. Gandhi who spoke for the last Weiner Wellness Week.
Right.
Dr. Gandhi is a medical doctor, and she basically started working with Elizabeth, who is a PA, because Dr. Gandhi's words, I got sick of poisoning people. Like, I didn't go to school to poison people. I went to school to help them. And so she did exactly what you said. She worked in the medical model for about 2 years. And she said, I did that to pay back my loans and debts and get them down to a point where I could go back and learn functional medicine. And, my whole thing is, like, we talk about functional medicine, integrative care, where the merging needs to start is at the educational platform. And, once you get out in the real world, like, you should have the tools to apply it, not have to go back to school to find the tools.
Yeah, but to this day,
point. Having it being taught in schools is something that should be done first and foremost, because a lot of the issues are coming from people who may be making their own health decisions, but a lot of times they're making these decisions based on what their doctor has told them when they go in for a visit, which is, normal or routine for them. So whenever they're being told these things, if it may not be them making these decisions on their own, it comes back from the practitioners and the schooling that they receive. We've touched on this many times, that practitioners, doctors in the medical field aren't receiving any nutrition information. And if they do, it's just a couple hours. It's not much.
Right.
And it's certainly not enough. So
it's 11 hours in 7 years.
Yeah. Which, I've had more of that in a day. So it's, you go to these seminars and you listen to that. This Wellness Week, we have 35, what is it, Tracey? I'm sure you know every second, 42 hours.
I think it was 42 speaking slots that we filled. And there's no reason that medical practitioners couldn't tune in right here. Yeah, so I think there is a level of responsibility on the medical professionals to learn functional, to go back. And, they should feel cheated. They should rise up and feel cheated that they spent all that money to learn really nothing foundational in health. It's sad, and then they have to go back and pay for it again. So, and what they learn are these models of pharmacology. And I actually just did a live on my Facebook page, and I went through like all the things that were good that are now considered bad and dangerous and untrue. And then I went through all the things that they consider good right now that are actually really harming to you. And I mean, my list of good things started with dandelions, bacteria, water, sun, fat, carbs, supplements, your own immune system, and oxygen. And then my list of things that people are glorifying right now that actually have detriment: vaccines, artificial sweeteners, dyes, NSAIDs, statins, pesticides, acid reducers, and masks. We could walk through all of those. And I did on that live. And I just broke it down. And I was like, of all the things that we are looking at for health, it doesn't come through or start with vaccinating us and putting a mask over our face. It starts with personal responsibility, understanding what the body needs, nutrient-wise and detox-wise. And then if needed, right, if I need to go to the hospital or I need that medical care, I have a good foundation at least and a better ability to recover. And for some reason, that's called conspiracy. Like I don't get it.
Well, here's why. I'm going to tell you right now. It's because of that word, programming, that you have brought to light many times, Tracey. And, as I've said many times, the greatest marketing organization in the world is the pharmaceutical industry.
Mm-hmm.
Because
that's my
they
favorite quote of yours.
Yeah, thank you. Because they market a product to a consumer that cannot buy it.
Right. And it works.
But yet they're billions and billions of dollars, in revenue. The same thing is happening with this thing out there and the vaccine. It's the shot. Now, that's what they're calling it. You going to get the shot? The shot.
Yes.
You know what?
You're going to have a shot of vodka.
Yeah. In a way, I'm glad they're not calling it a vaccine because it isn't.
Because it's
we
not.
Know it isn't. Yeah. We know it's not. But see, it's the programming. Oh, we're going to open it up to this age group. Guess what? Now it's open up to this age. Hey, Alaska is going to allow 16-year-olds to get it. I mean, it's all over the place. It's all over the media, all over the programming. And that's what people are just going to keep bringing it in. If they had that tinfoil hat on, maybe they'd get saved from a little bit of this programming. But
it's funny because we've never asked, strangers their health history in public before. I was at the UPS store this morning.
So good, Candace.
And I didn't have a mask on. And there were 2 employees in the store, and you have the plastic, and you're 6 feet away, handing it over the counter. And he said,
bubble wrap nation.
Yeah. And he said, "Oh, did you get your vaccine already?" Like insinuating I wasn't wearing a mask and I was safe. And I was like, no, I would never get that. And
you were like, yes, I'm part of the experimental group.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I left it at that. But it's just funny that you have no business asking me what vaccinations I have or my health history and then I think he asked, did I have it already or something?
No, you have an immune system. Just tell him you identify as vaccinated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's my response now. Mm-hmm. No, but I identify as vaccinated. Don't offend me. Don't offend me.
I tell people that I get my shot every day.
Yeah.
So, but in all fairness, there's a breakdown that has led to this, I would say, degradation of health in our country, because what we've done is taken, all of the accountability off of people. And we've taken this system, this healthcare system, which is really a disease management system, and we've glorified it to this hierarchy. Ask your doctor. And Brett Wilcox talked about this today. And he had such a great line. He said, we are taught to be compliant. Yeah. We are downgraded from the time we're little to listen to these authority figures. And we tell our kids not to go outside of the rules, and everybody gets a trophy, and everybody's the same, and everybody's equal, and not to strive, not to be too loud. And then we make these authority figures in their life that they have to follow these rules to be considered a good citizen, because if they don't do that, then they're bad. And, I was like, wow, it just kind of hit me. Like, yeah, like we start in school with the debate team, and then everybody gets participation trophy, and, this is what time lunch is. And we just follow this system all the way down to Common Core math, which is not even math. It's just stupid. right? It's like, John got on a bus and he kicked a football 30 feet. So how many cupcakes can he eat in 5 minutes? I'm like 7 minus 2. I don't know. That's how I feel when I do math with my kids. It's like this scrambling of information. So you really can't make a logical choice. And that's what's out there.
Yeah.
And Robert Scott Bell touched on it. He was like, there's so much information out there. The problem is people aren't actually going and watching it or reading it. They're not choosing it because it's easier not to. It's easier not to know. It's easier to put a mask on, Candace, than to be confronted.
Come on, Trace. Give them the quote.
Oh, it's a choice. In the age of information, ignorance is a choice. That's a choice. And that falls on everybody. It falls on everybody listening. If you're not choosing health, then your immune system's going to be ignorant. It's not going to know what to do, right? If people come out of med school and they really are going to sit there and argue with me that nutrition doesn't matter and water doesn't matter, just like Jamie says, great, stop eating and drinking for a few days and let me know how you feel, but continue all your pharmaceuticals.
Yeah.
Yeah, that won't keep you alive.
Go ahead, see how long you live, right?
Yeah.
Not very long, but I guarantee you, if you ate really good food and drank really good water and, didn't take those pharmaceuticals, you'd live a lot longer.
And you'd never need them.
That's right. That's right. So somehow this all got twisted. So now we're trying to bring it all back together in this chaos.
You made a good point about if you don't follow along everything that they say, you're like defiant. And, for me, closely working with doctors through my pregnancy is really the first time I've ever worked with doctors for more than maybe one quick visit a few times in my life. So I always have questions. You're supposed to have these 15-minute appointments. Mine are never that quick. So it's always like I feel really nervous and uneasy. Like I go in there with my guard up, and it's me having a baby and them there to help assist in case anything goes wrong. And I am using the midwives, and they are a lot more open to letting the mother and the family make the decisions. But still, I'm just surprised, even with that group, how sometimes things seem forced on you. And I know they have to address some of the risks and scary things, but sometimes it's like that's their go-to to talk you into this. And for me, it's, I am open and I listen and everything, but it's just some of the things that they talk about. It's like, you do know this is a natural process, right? I could do this without any of you, but I'm choosing to have you there just in case, But it's just like I have this guard up, and I shouldn't feel that way.
No, you shouldn't feel like it's gonna be combative going in on something that is really not about anybody but you and the baby. So, the biggest thing that we have to remember is pregnancy is not a medical condition. It's not a medical condition. It doesn't happen through any forms of medicine, and that baby's going to come out whether anybody's there or not. The only time that you really need a doctor on hand is if something goes wrong. And, what happened 100 years ago? They were having babies in their homes. So, we've really made this a medical condition, a very natural process that animals and people have been doing since the beginning of time. And all of a sudden, in the last 100 years, women cannot do it without them. And actually, women, you should rise up because they are suppressing you and telling you that you can't do this without the medical model.
There's entire hospitals dedicated to it. McGee Women's Hospital. That's basically what it's been dedicated to since its inception.
Talk about oppression.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So it's not a medical condition. And, like I said, baby's going to come out. Do things go wrong? Do we need the medical community there? At times, absolutely. Sure. But it should be a natural process. Right. We shouldn't have to lay down on your back to give birth to a baby. That's not even a natural position to have a child. It's so anti-gravity. Yeah. Like that's why the body's built the way it's built. So we've taken all these things that, are set up anatomically, physiologically, biologically right. And we're like, wait a minute, that can't be right. That's only worked for like 1 million years. But these last 100, we got it. We got it down. We got it. So I think, again, whoever came up with that was probably a man. And we should probably start that whole process over. So like Dr. Sherry Tenpenny says, the whole allopathic model needs to be bulldozed into a very large pit off a cliff. And then I added the fire and brimstone to it. And I was like, and burnt to a crisp and brimstone and fire. She was like, little much. I was like, probably, yeah.
You know, I've seen in like, you know, movies or historical, you know, reenactments of, you know, certain great figures in history. You know, I'm talking thousands of years ago, getting, you know, being born. And it's always a woman standing on some sort of, you know, platform or pillars, with, you know, with the, like you said, with gravity doing its job, with the baby just dropping out.
It's less strenuous on the body. There's less risk of injury. Pelvis is in the right position. When you lay down, your pelvis is in the opposite position of where it needs to be in. So, you know, there's just so many things that I look and I think, you know, I know some medical doctors and they are brilliant people. Why are they not questioning this? They just go through like robots, come out on the other end, and they're like, let's go. Let's just do everything and nobody questions it.
Yeah, but we can't confuse brilliance with, you know, being able to apply knowledge, because you know, you could be brilliant in that you can memorize every medical book, journal, and procedure, and then regurgitate it. You could be that kind of brilliant. That doesn't mean that they are going to think outside the box and look for, you know, what is actually going on. It's just a matter. Doctors do what they've been taught. The good ones go outside that and get more education. They become integrative. They understand they can incorporate both modalities. Those are the good ones, maybe the great ones. But unfortunately, too many just follow the path.
Yeah, I think probably the most integrative practitioner that has been for a while and still stands as is a chiropractor. Licensed professional, knows the body, knows anatomy, knows physiology, and still gets the nutritional education. And you know what? Up until probably 10 years ago, they were not considered equal in the eyes of other licensed professionals. And it was just funny, the segregation there.
They were the butt of jokes. I mean, oh, you're not a real doctor, you're a chiropractor. Oh, really? By what standards? So what, you know, what do you know about, you know, the anatomy that I don't? You know, and I'm not a chiropractor. I'm just saying that's, you know, that should have been a battle, and it wasn't. But
no, and they took away a lot of abilities, you know, especially in the state of PA, of what chiropractors could or couldn't do. You know, and it was unfortunate because, you know, they really had the functional model down. So it really makes you wonder, like, what is the agenda? You know, is it health? Are they really promoting health? Do we want health? Or the powers that be, like insurance companies that seem to rule the medical industry? You know, you're bound by your insurance. That little code, if you don't have that code, you don't get paid.
Yeah, it's not health, Tracey. We know it's not health, you know. And Dr. Tenpenny summed it up great when she said, you know, a symptom-free in the presence of pharmaceuticals is not health. But that's what we have in this country. That's what we have. And even here, we still get people coming in at the wellness center. What can I take for this? What can I take for that? What can I do for my blood pressure? It's still the most common question, you know, and you know, you look at the person and you say, let's look at your health. Let's look at your lifestyle. Let's look at everything, not just a pill.
Yeah.
It's how they're conditioned.
Too hard.
It's how they're conditioned.
It's too difficult. So let's talk about that exact model, Joe. This for that. I want to go through, let's just pull in some integrative care. Let's go through like 5 different types of medications and what they deplete and what people can complement those with right now, because we can't legally tell anybody to come off their medications. And for any practitioner watching this who's a professional in the allopathic, these are some good tips for you, because medications have direct effects that are toxic to the body, right, Joe? And they do deplete the body of certain nutrients, minerals, all kinds of stuff. So let's just start with the easiest one, Joe. Statins.
Deep breath. Statins. Okay.
First, what are they for? What condition in the medical?
Okay. Statins are prescribed for what is called high cholesterol. And that number, like blood pressure, has been subject to change over the years and decades. I've talked to physicians that have said, they've seen it go from 300 to 250 to 225 to 190 over the course of their career. I mean, how do you tell someone when this changes? Oh, last year you were good, but this year you're not.
And your numbers are the same.
Yeah, your number hasn't changed. Okay? But this is the problem, and it's because the focus is on the drug, not on the condition of the patient.
Mm-hmm.
So the cholesterol model, they prescribe statins. Look, in 1979, the first patent for Novostatin had CoQ10 in it. They knew then it depleted a tremendous depletion of CoQ10. But let's look at what else it's doing, because it's in the liver where CoQ10 is made and cholesterol is made. So when you affect that natural chemical process, the liver itself is going to suffer. So the liver is always going to suffer when you're on statin medications. Not to mention the fact that you are depleting the key energy source, coenzyme Q10, that's made in the same pathway as cholesterol, to every muscle organ in your body. So the brain, the heart, the lungs, the liver, the large muscles are all going to be depleted and fatigued. And so everybody that's on a statin comes in and says, oh my God, not the pain in my legs, or one thing after another. And then the biggest problem is it does the exact opposite of its intended effect. Its intended effect is to prevent you from getting heart disease or cardiovascular disease or have a heart attack. But when you deplete the key nutrient for the heart by taking this, you then cause the thing that you were trying to prevent. It does the exact opposite of its intended effect. And I think we see that over and over and over. And I have to say one more thing, since you gave me this platform. There is no such thing as good and bad cholesterol, period. That's marketing 101, folks.
That's right.
Okay? I had people come in the other day. A guy said, my HDL is, I said, my bad cholesterol. He said, my good cholesterol is too low. I said, really? Oh, your good cholesterol. Well, look, there's one cholesterol molecule, just one. And it's got a transport system out of the liver and a transport system back to the liver. That's LDL and HDL. You
just blew up the whole medical model. $40 billion in statins. Guys, take your money out of the stock right now. Take it out. Joe blew it up. All right, Candace, I'm going to throw acid reducers and PPIs to you, proton pump inhibitors.
I'm so glad you asked, because this has been bothering me all day. I saw this morning on multiple platforms of social media, someone said, 100% asking for myself, how many Tums can you take in one day?
Oh.
I don't think I've ever had a Tum. I think in college my roommate had them, and I tried one of them just to see what it was. But
chalk.
I ate chalk in second grade once.
Yeah, because people are like, oh, they taste good. I don't know. I probably spit it out. But anyway.
Oh, my favorite, Candace, is when they say it's good for calcium. Did you ever hear that one?
What kind of calcium?
I don't know.
So her actual real question was 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. Oh. Is that too many?
Wow.
So I would cringe at the thought of even taking one of them, just because it's garbage chemicals. There's probably aspartame, artificial flavors, sweeteners, not to mention what it actually is. So the first question I have to ask is, why do you need that? What are you doing? What are you consuming? And she's a healthy person, someone I went to college with, studied something similar to me. So we're looking at someone who knows a thing or two about health and is active and all this. So why are you taking this? What are you eating or drinking that's upsetting your stomach this much? So for her, I would look at removing that, and the problem would be half solved, more than half solved, I'm sure. But how about taking a good enzyme? How about taking a probiotic, drinking some apple cider vinegar, Manuka honey? Any of these natural things that's not going to have any side effects, it's going to benefit your health, will help soothe the issues that you're having, and they won't be there anymore, so there won't be a need for that. But Joe, like you said, with statins doing the exact opposite thing of what they're intended to do, she's probably having these issues because she doesn't have enough stomach acid to break down the food or whatever she's consuming. So when you take a protein pump inhibitor or an acid blocker, you're stopping the production of stomach acid. So what she needs is something to help provoke stomach acid, natural foods with enzymes, probiotics, drinking kombucha, anything like that, not to mention the supplements that are available for maybe her case that might be a little bit more severe. But the protein pump inhibitors and acid blockers, they're stopping the production of acid in her body and causing the issue where she is left with needing more and more and more. I guess 1 or 2 shouldn't work normally. I guess that's the protocol, but 16, 8. She started at 8, so that must be like okay.
You said she knows 1 or 2 things about health. I'm going to agree with you. She probably only knows 1 or 2 things if she's taking that many Tums.
Yeah.
But, well, that's the dangerous part of over-the-counter, Joe.
Yeah.
It's because they have things like Zyrtec, which used to be a prescription medication, right? So now they're just over-the-counter. So I had somebody call me yesterday. She's a practitioner in the field. And one of her clients was on a antipsychotic medication. And she was so scared to give her anything because somebody had told her, like, studies came out and you can't give omegas and you can't do this. And I was like, time out. I said, the woman can go to Walmart and buy Gatorade, artificial sweeteners, and gum, sodas. I was like, she can go and get, chemical-laden cereal with BHT in it, antibiotic and hormone-loaded milk from the grocery store. She can get red dyes, glyphosate, preservatives. I said, and you're worried about a multivitamin? I was like, she can have a multivitamin and omegas, and she can have minerals, and she can do power cleanse. And I was like, she can do lots of things with us. I was like, whoever's telling you that is straight up wrong. I was like, because she can go to Walmart and buy a multi any day of the week. I was like, we have to stop thinking in the natural that we're prescribing something.
Yes.
This is food. It's food in a liquid and powder form. This is food. It's food. That's why it has a label. If it didn't have a label, it wouldn't be food. That's why there's a label on it. There's a supplement fact because it's a food. So when you're giving people stuff, yes, can there be contraindications with certain things? Of course. We have a hemp boost that we don't advise for people that are taking immunosuppressants because it has a derivative of grapefruit in it. Our X-Flame, we don't recommend that all the time for people on certain blood thinners. But is it the X-Flame's fault? No, because it's the drug's fault. There is, right, Joe? There is nothing in the natural world that thins blood. Say it, Joe.
There is nothing in the natural world.
It doesn't.
There's not a single food or plant or substance that we can ingest that's natural that will thin your blood, folks. The only thing that can thin your blood is a chemical.
Correct.
Okay? Food-based products do not thin your blood. Omega-3s don't thin your blood. Vitamin K doesn't thin your blood. They improve your blood's viscosity. Improve it being able to do what it does. Flow freely. Clot when you need it, but flow when you don't need it to clot. Nothing natural will thin your blood. And the one question I get that it really makes me cringe is, will this interfere with my drugs? Will this interfere with my medication?
Yeah.
No, your medications will interfere with this. But no, it's incredible, but it goes back to the programming, doesn't it?
It does.
It goes back to the programming. And Candace, now that you've been pregnant for all these months, have you shied away from all those things that say if you're nursing or pregnant, don't take this?
I think I've actually increased the amount of vitamins that I take in a day because of all of this. Doubled up my omegas, doubled up the Women's Complete, and everything else. I couldn't have had a more pleasant pregnancy for the last 9 months.
Wow. Well, everybody at Nutritional Frontier,
9.5 point where you're like, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's such a great point to make, because we are made to fear natural and nutrients. Because they don't know. So therefore they're like, well, we can't speak on it. So therefore we can't say the words I don't know. We just have to say, don't believe those people because they're crazy. So I'll take the next drug of choice, which is NSAIDs. These are non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs. And it's interesting because, again, these are not just prescription, but they're over the counter. So the biggest risk on these is actually cardiovascular, because of the disruption of the methylation pathway in the COX-2. It actually creates blood clots. Right. So while it's reducing inflammation and pain in certain structures, on the flip side, your arteries and veins and blood need that COX-2 in order to stay thin, right, Joe? So that it doesn't clot and coagulate. And that happens due to an imbalance in iron, B5, C, calcium, and folate. And people don't realize that as you take NSAIDs, you are depleting all of those B vitamins. You're depleting iron stores, and it's actually getting put into wrong structures and functions in your body. Those drugs that have a direct impact on the biology and the biochemistry of your body to do one thing in a pathway have the exact same negative effect in a different pathway in order to do it. So for your body to push to do something unnatural using a pharmaceutical, there has to be a counter to it. There has to be a side effect to it where it's pushing the stop of something vital that you really need in order to do this over here. So if you're on NSAIDs, the biggest thing that I tell people is Circucor. Right. Because it has the methylfolate in it. It has hawthorn. It helps with the integrity of the vessels, blood flow, circulation, heart strength, and it has the B vitamins in it as well. That is super important. And also getting enough calcium when you're taking those, there's just so many side effects of those. It's really scary. I mean, Vioxx, case in point, 140-some thousand people died from Vioxx.
Yeah.
And they knew.
And that was FDA approved.
Yeah, they knew, and they put it on the market anyway. So
if I got a funny story about Vioxx. Well, it's not funny, but early on in my career, when I was working with doctors trying to, back in the days where we were called alternative medicine, and I would show them products like fish oil and CoQ10 and the standards. The question that I got that always made me cringe then was, do you have any studies? Do you have any studies? Do you have any, science? Well, where's the science? Where's the studies? Depending on how well I knew the doctor, I would say, no, we don't. If you're referring to the kind of studies that passed a drug like Vioxx that, killed 100,000 people, no, don't have those. Don't have those. But, we do have a lot of anecdotal evidence that show that how important this is. And Candace, when that person taking all of those Tums, it's like any other drug, whether it's over the counter or prescribed. The illegal drug industry has been capitalizing on this issue forever. You supply it, you feed it a little bit, pretty soon they come to depend on it, and there's your business. And that's what we're in. We lost the war on drugs because we fought it against the wrong enemy.
Yeah, the true gateway drug that creates chronic disease and impacts your life more than anything is a vaccine. That's the true gateway drug. Marijuana, yeah, they demonize that. You know why? Because it's healthy. That's right. So endocannabinoid system, that's right. So they took that and they went, whoo, far too effective, and we can't patent it.
Yep.
So let's make it, a cultural norm to call it a gateway drug.
Yeah.
But hey, let's inject your infant with some toxins and disease at birth and call ourselves gods. And that's really what happened. And now everything is all flipped upside down, and people are dying every day, not because they're not vaccinated and not because they don't wear a mask, but because they're already sick, because they have participated in this system of disease management and waited until their body was sick in order to do something about it, rather than doing something about it to prevent it from getting sick. And that's the difference. We try to teach people, come in, take accountability, listen to what we're saying. It really works. And the medical model tries to, just completely discredit us. And then you have these functional medicine doctors now that are screaming from the mountaintops what actually can be done, to overcome disease, chronic disease, things that people never thought there was a cure for before. And they are overcoming it every single day. But you don't see that on the news. You see the president last night telling every American, do your part. I am going to do my part, President Biden. I'm going to tell the truth. That's what I'm going to do. And I'm going to offset all your lies.
I didn't see it. What part does he want everyone to do?
To get vaccinated. He said everybody has to do their part. And he said, that's what's going to stop the virus.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, and nobody's talking about the 60% decline in deaths and contagions since the beginning of this right now. No one's talking about it. It's just like smallpox, just like all the other vaccines. They come out with a vaccine after it's already on the downfall, right? And then they say, well done, guys. We did it. I'm just like, congratulations, herd immunity. Good job.
And they all know that the COVID deaths, because we know people are affected by COVID, the deaths are people who have underlying conditions.
Right.
Nobody is saying that a healthy person is dying from COVID. We know that's not the case. It's all underlying conditions. It's all the elderly in nursing homes who probably are loaded with medications and have tons of health issues going on. And anyone, no matter what your stance on COVID or masks or vaccines or anything is, everyone knows that. I think we can all agree on that. Why are we not trying to heal those underlying conditions to begin with to protect ourselves from COVID?
There's no money in healthy people. So you have a 70% reduction in hospital admissions for COVID. 70%. I mean, what are we doing? Right? Only 93 million people have been vaccinated so far. So we can't say it's the vaccine. That's not statistically high enough, according to the CDC, to create herd immunity, #immunity with a vaccine.
Well,
here's another stat, and then I'll let you talk, Joe. Here's another fun fact. Ready? If you look at all of the COVID cases in the whole world and all of the people that died, unfortunate, okay? 0.01% is about how many people died from COVID-19. If you look at all the people that were vaccinated with the new COVID-19 vaccine and all the people that died from it, it's the exact same statistic. It's 0.01%. 1,700 people have died from that vaccine so far and climbing. And you know what they're saying? Well, sorry that your aunt died to save everybody else. We're back to the sacrificial lamb for the greater good. That's the model they take out. When we say it's okay for you to die, it's okay.
Yeah.
Yes, you're exactly right. I think we lost this war, this particular battle, when we named it. We gave it a name. We gave it an identity. COVID. That's what everybody says. I mean, it's the word. It's out. That's why I don't use that word anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I choose to call it Myron.
I'm going to call it. I won't say it.
I call it the Wuhan flu. But you know what? Once we identified it and gave it a name and gave it an identity and an energy, we lost.
Yep.
We lost.
Well, we may have lost the battle, but we haven't lost the war. And if anybody missed Charmaine Russin's talk the other day, I don't know if you guys caught it. Super enlightening on what's happening. And we're all focused on a mask and a vaccine. But really, in the state of Pennsylvania alone, the governor is pretty much has full dictatorship over our state now. He can call the disaster article. It renews automatically every 90 days. And when the majority of the House came against that and said, no, we need to stop this disaster article now, everything's fine. And they stopped it with a majority vote, both Democrats and Republicans, majority voted against the Disaster Act. Wolf took it to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court ruled against them. So even in our own legislation, the legislators that represent the people who are doing what we want and are crying out for, they have no say anymore. and that officials that were chosen by Governor Wolf, who are not elected by the people, are making government decisions over our state. So it's all backwards. And so we can keep our eyes on a mask or a vaccine, or you can pick up the phone and start calling people. We got one year and 6 months with this guy, and I cannot wait till he's gone.
That's too long.
That's too long. I might celebrate. Oh, and President Biden last night said, with loved ones, you can celebrate July 4th. I want to invite everybody right now to an epic party at. Yeah, because he said that if we all get vaccinated, they will allow, like, telling us whether we can gather or not. That's how Nazi regime started, by the way, with stopping gathering. Everyone's invited to an epic party at my house on July 4th. Unvaccinated, no masks. And you know what? We're going to gather. I'm going to take pictures. I'm going to post them. And I may even just, I mean, seriously.
We're all going to be fine.
Right. Free Americans that they can't gather in their own homes. Listen, you can get out of my living room.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Out.
I can't believe we're talking about the 4th of July. I mean, we got other things to come up before that.
Yeah.
Well, that was his big thing. And maybe that's what the prompt said that he was reading.
Yeah.
He did fumble a few times.
Or
I feel bad.
the one in his ear.
Yeah. But did you see his decline since his vaccination? Does anyone notice that?
I haven't watched them.
I don't watch much.
I turned it on last night because it's the first time he did an address.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I had to see it.
Union address.
Uh-huh.
Oh.
Yeah. It was a good prompt reading.
Okay.
Yeah, but anyway.
We're going strong down here, though.
Yeah, you are open. And you know what? We need to stay open so that people can get true health. Stop in.
Mm-hmm.
You can order by phone, curbside pickup, wherever your level of comfort is fine. Obviously there are people that are susceptible, and we respect that. However, you can still have massive improvements in your life by doing the foundational things that can start you on the path of getting healthy. So the model has to change, and we have to keep educating and speaking up. It's really important. Any last comments?
Well, it's tough to have a last comment on a topic like this. But all I can say is continue to be educated. Don't stop learning. Don't accept what is being fed to you. Don't accept the propaganda. That's such a powerful quote, Tracey. This is the age of information, folks. You've got to study. You've got to get out there. You've got to learn. You've got to find these avenues. Educate yourself and your family. If you don't want to do it for yourself, do it for your kids and your grandkids, because that's who I worry about.
Right.
I fear it for my grandchildren.
You got to train them up not to be silenced.
Right.
And train them up so that they know it's okay to stand against tyranny, and that it's okay to stand out even when it's hard. And the persecution's going to come. And you have to train them up so that they understand that.
And don't worry.
And that's how we do it.
We're on your battle team. Don't you worry. We're there to support you and that brand new little baby that's coming.
Right.
I know. Thanks, guys.
He's going to be a little warrior.
That's for sure. In this whole week, 7 days of information, 42 lectures, and all of the product advertisements, the radio shows replayed. This information is amazing. It's more than what people pay hundreds of thousands of dollars over years of medical school. And they don't get any of this information. And this is the foundation. This is the information that truly matters. This is the information that's going to keep you living, that's going to give you life and save your life if you ever need it to. I say repeatedly, because I'm a walking testimony of natural health, that I haven't been on drugs in years. I haven't even taken a Tylenol since college, since my athletic days, maybe. I don't even know if I was taking them then, but I know it's like a big thing for me now. And anytime I say that, someone will ask me, well, what about cramps or, issues that you can't avoid? I don't have bad cramps. I don't have any of these issues. And, oh, you must have a good pain tolerance. No, I think I'm just pretty healthy.
Or I just have no pain. Whatever.
Yeah. Cramps are normally a sign of like something else going on. But just the bottom line is this works. If you look at people and listen, you might not have to turn on the TV and listen to the president to get advice for your own health. Talk to other people. That's my favorite way to hear stories, asking people what they did. And I learned what not to do from those people a lot of times too. Jamie always says, learning from other people, a lot of times you learn what not to do.
Right.
So that's always something. And I try to learn both sides of everything. But I do know to be true the way I've lived, the experiences I've had, and as healthy as I've always been. So thanks, Tracey, for all your hard work this week, getting these amazing presenters up here, the NS staff, the Wellness Center staff, and all the guest speakers that we've been listening to all week. It's truly amazing to have access to this, free access to this all week.
Right. That's awesome. Thank you so much, guys. Well, that was fun.
That was fun.
We'll take on world hunger next.
We like shaking things up.
Global warming. We could do that one. Just kidding. All right, guys. We'll chat you later. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Tracey. We'll see you.
Okay, so as we move through, our next speaker is coming in. Ashley Rozzi will be talking to us today, and she has a great lecture coming up on Eat This, Not That, Eating Your Way to Health Without Depriving Yourself. So just hang tight because Ashley will be here momentarily. Okay, welcome back, everybody, to the Weiner Wellness Virtual Summit. You are up for a special treat because Ashley Rozzi is with me today. She is a naturopathic doctor, great friend of mine, and she's also a weight loss and nutrition specialist. So I utilize Ashley's knowledge a lot with clients because she's just so super smart with everything. And today, you're going to be talking to us, Ashley, about eating this, not that. eating your way to health without depriving yourself. So that sounds awesome. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I'm excited to be here.
Well, great. Well, I have your PowerPoint all set up, and I will just let you introduce yourself and take it away, if that works.
Okay, sounds good. I'm Ashley Rozzi, and I'm an ND, and I want to talk to you today about really being your own food researcher. Because it's very important about what we're putting into our body. There's so much food confusion out there and misleading information that it makes it difficult for people to make healthy choices, but it does require effort on our part to know what we're putting in our bodies. So in this next slide, I love this quote. Diet is the most important medicine we all possess. We urgently need to learn how best to use it. And this is by Tim Spector from the book Spoon Fed. And that's true. When I have clients that come in my office, some are very sick. And I look at them and I tell them, you need to treat your diet as your medicine. Now, if you've heard me speak in the past, or if you've worked with me, you know I say to you, food can either move you towards health or it can move you away from health. And it's really important that we know what we're consuming and what we're putting into our bodies. So in this next slide, let's talk about the characteristics of healthy food. So what is healthy food? It's food that gives and doesn't deplete. It gives us energy. It makes us feel good after we have a meal, not that heavy, bloated feeling like we can go another 12 hours. We can go until we need to sleep. It's food that gives us energy. It's food that God created. God gave us what we needed in nature. I mean, if you look at a tomato and you cut it and you see what does it look like? It looks like a heart. You see the 4 chambers. You look at a walnut looks like the brain, right? You have the right and left hemisphere through the center, the corpus callosum. And what's walnuts good for? Our brain. So there's so much food that God has given us that is good for our bodies. It's not food that's been created in a lab. It's not been altered. And it's immune boosting. So 70% of our immune system is in our gut. And all illness, all disease begins in the gut. So we need to take in food that we can absorb and that's nutritious to our body, that feeds our bodies. It's antioxidants, right? It combats those free radicals. It's healing. It moves us towards health. It's balancing. It helps balance out our hormones like the leptin and ghrelin levels. It's detoxing. It assists the body to help clean and detox. And it's living food, fermented food. So these are all things that are characteristics of healthy food. So in that, we should just be able to end this presentation, right? And just be like, okay, I can go on and I can make these choices. That's simple. But it's not simple. So I want to talk to you about why is it so hard to eat healthy? First of all, labels are misleading. As consumers, as we've become more knowledgeable about the ingredients on our food, the big food companies have also become more sneaky. So they twist and they make things sound good, like beet sugar. Beet sugar sounds healthy, right? It's not. So then there's the other component of emotional eating. And I think with COVID, this has really opened people's eyes about emotional eating, whether they have learned that they are an emotional eater, but we have an unhealthy relationship with food where it has became a way for us to self-medicate. And in emotional eating, what happens? We usually make not the best choices. It's usually choices that are food that's high in sugar. And what is that? That helps produce our dopamine. When we take sugar, it lights up the same part of the brain as cocaine does. And our bodies start to become dependent on that dopamine rush. So our brains begin to become wired to depend on unhealthy food. Under eating and overworking out. So we will deprive ourselves and we will work out really hard to try to offset either the bad choices or to try to lose weight. And we think that, we have to suffer to lose weight, and that's simply not the case. Calorie restriction. So then again, under eating, counting calories, not how nutritious is this food that I'm consuming, just looking at the calorie count. Fad diets with promises of having, that perfect body, getting to where you want to be. And it just becomes a cycle of this unhealthy relationship with food again. Binge eating. So under eating, overworking out will trigger binges. And then in that will make unhealthy choices and hormone imbalances. So when we binge eat or overeat, we can upset the ghrelin and leptin levels. Those are your hormones that tell you when you're full and when you're satisfied or when you're hungry. So overeating can offset those hormones. So in the next slide, what are we really eating? So let's talk about how I've mentioned about labels are misleading. So when you see 0 trans fat, that doesn't necessarily mean it's trans fat free. In the United States, the FDA allows up to 0.5 grams of trans fat per serving and we'll call that 0 trans fat. So if you eat over that serving size, you're consuming trans fat even more than the 0.5. And in my world, 0 is 0. 0.5 is not 0. So natural doesn't mean hormone, pesticide, or antibiotic free. It can also be genetically modified. It only means that there's nothing synthetic in that food. Organic foods can still contain trace levels of GMOs, and sugar hides under many different names. If you really one day just want to look up all the different names of sugar, and they keep coming out with more and more names. And there are over 40 different ingredients that manufacturers use that all have MSG. And fat-free means added sugar. So if it's a food that normally will contain fat and it's fat-free, they've added sugar to mask the bland taste. So in the next slide, we need to know the difference, right? So free range does not mean pasture raised. Pasture raised means that animal has lived off the grass. And free range means it may have access to it, or the door may be open and that animal may never venture out, or they could go out for 5 minutes. But when it's pasture raised, it's feeding off the land. Non-GMO does not mean it's organic, and grass-fed does not mean grass-finished. Grass-fed can often mean grain finished. So make sure you ask the butcher and they'll tell you most of the time it is grain finished. And organic from another country, when those organic foods come in, they are sprayed. And pesticides are allowed and used on organic foods. And there are over 40 pesticides approved for organic production. And the studies are in, about half of them are carcinogenic. And it also will take more applications on the organic foods. So you're getting quite the abundance of pesticides on your organic foods. And there are over 43 synthetic, non-organic substances allowed as ingredients in or on processed products labeled organic. An example of this is cellulose. So cellulose is used as an anti-clumping agent. It is usually in shredded cheese. It is in a lot of vegan cheese, but it's made from wood pulp. Another one is ethylene. So ethylene is a natural plant hormone that causes the fruit to ripen, but they use a synthetic form of ethylene. So when you go to the store, your fruit is looking really pretty on the shelf for long periods of time. So in the next slide, I want to talk about monosodium glutamate, MSG. So you can see I listed, quite a few different names for MSG. And also when you look at something and it doesn't say it has MSG, they don't have to list it if it's in the ingredient. So say it's in malt extract, they don't have to list that it has MSG in it. They just put malt extract and you may or may not have MSG. But when I talk about monosodium glutamate, when I talk about glutamate, I'm not talking about its bound form, the way it's created in nature. And usually in this form, it's with other natural fibers, oils, and other synergistic ingredients that vastly lessen its potency. I'm talking about glutamate in its unbound form. And this is a neurotoxin. And in this next slide, it will explain a little bit more about MSG. So it's an excitatory to the brain, and it can often cause cell damage or cell death. And it is linked to many things, like it's an endocrine disruptor, weight gain. It causes headaches, restless leg syndrome. So there's many things that MSG causes, and it's a neurotoxin. But there are ways to combat MSG. And in this next slide, I have about minimizing the effects of MSG. So Vitamins A, D, K, C, and E, and beta carotene help. So also, resveratrol combined with L-taurine greatly reduce and diminish the intensity of MSG headaches. And magnesium is a neuroprotectant. So, and I think we all should be on magnesium. Like I take the Mag Complete by Nutritional Frontiers, and I put a lot of my clients on that because our soil is so deficient in magnesium and we need it. It's a vital nutrient for our body. So in this next slide, I want to talk about artificial colors. So that's your dyes in your lakes. And dyes dissolve in water, and these are usually in most food coloring applications like dairy products, beverages, and pet food, where lakes are used in your like cake mixes, hard candies, coated tablets, things like this. And lakes are combined with aluminum. And food colorings are petrochemical based. So that's like your gas, and no, and not so good. So I want to talk about the history of colors. So in 1906, there were 80 color dyes that were approved for use in foods and beverages. By 1938, only 15 of those colors remained because they saw the toxic effects these were having on the people. And the FDA proposed a ban on Orange B in 1978, but that was never finalized. Now, Orange B is not made in big batches anymore, but it is still used, can still be used in sausage casings. So knowing that is important when you're looking at ingredients to what you're eating. And currently there's 7 colors that are still certified for use in foods in the United States. And I listed the colors in this next slide, but there's 3 that are very common. And that is your red dye number 40, yellow number 5, and yellow number 6. And these are really common in children's foods, in cereals. They're actually common in everything. Like you'll see yellow number 5 in pickles. And these in other countries are banned, or they come with a warning label on the food because of how detrimental the colors are, the dyes are to people's health. And in this next slide, I have listed about the harm. So there's been a rise in the prevalence of disease and behavioral problems in children since the introduction of numerous artificial additives that were first available on the consumer market in the 1960s. Synthetic colors and flavors have been connected to issues with every system of the body, including respiratory, skin, gastrointestinal tract, skeletal systems, as well as inducing allergies, headaches, and behavioral issues. And dyes have been found in animal studies to be carcinogenic and genotoxic, so they're cancer causing. Also, in this next slide, I've listed that when they make dyes, they're usually made with impurities, including heavy metals and carcinogens like azobenzene. Now, there may be 10 parts per million of lead in red dye number 40, and that might not seem like a lot, but over time, you get colors in this food, you get dyes in this food, and not to mention all these other ingredients, and the body can't detoxify them, and they're going to build up, and it is not going to end well. So in the next slide, I want to talk about chemical preservatives. So chemical preservatives, they extend the life of food. They keep it from spoiling. It enhances the taste and flavors of food. So I really liked this quote because this is true. At its extremes, a careful combination of preservatives, artificial flavors, colors, and other chemical additives can dress up a Frankenstein recipe to look like a debutante beauty queen. And I witnessed this. There was a gravy that I saw around the holidays, and there was not an ounce of food in this gravy. It was like a little laboratory gravy, and it was just such a food imposter. And people think that tastes good, and it's literally manipulating your taste buds. It was awful, but that's exactly, it looked beautiful. It looked like a pretty nice jar of gravy. So in the next slide, these are some more chemical preservatives: benzoic acid, sodium benzenate, potassium benzenate, and calcium benzenate. So sodium benzenate is actually in a lot of natural skincare, you'll see, but this impairs digestive enzymes, it depletes glycine levels. Now, glycine is an amino acid that is used in the body to create proteins, and this helps with maintenance and growth of tissue, as well as producing certain substances like enzymes and hormones. So these chemical preservatives can enhance hay fever, hives, asthma, and increases body weight, reduces the number of bacteria in the gut, ADHD, and eczema. And if you've heard me talk, you know that, like I said earlier, but I've talked on the gut-brain connection, but our gut bacteria directly regulates our prefrontal cortex. So you can see that consuming the colors, the red dyes and the yellow dyes, and then adding these chemical preservatives, you can start to see how all this will add up over time and how it can be detrimental to one's health. So in the next slide, I want to talk about some more that are very common. The BHA and BHT are very common. I see even it in dog food. It's in everything. But the TBHQ is created with coal tar and petroleum derivative butane, and that's in your breads, your pasta, margarine, potato chips, fast food, and other processed food. A 5-gram dose of THBQ is known to be fatal, and it is commonly put together with the BHA and BHT, and it's been shown to cause reproductive issues, gastrointestinal, cardiovascular, liver, skin, and other lung problems. And listen to this, consumers eat an estimated of 20 milligrams of BHA and BHT daily. I've seen it in chocolate cakes. I see it in everything. Like sometimes I'll pick up a food and I'll read it. It'll look really healthy, like most of the ingredients, and then they'll have that in it. So avoid it. And in the next slide, we're going to talk about carrageenan. So that is a red seaweed extract. And when it starts out, it is not denatured. It becomes denatured through the alkaline-based extraction process. And that's when it becomes a problem. That's when gastrointestinal inflammation happens. And they found it to be experimental cancer in lab rats, as well as chronic prostatitis, arthritis, pleurisy, insulin resistance, Achilles tendonitis, and edema. And I see this in almond milk or different organic foods. So watch out for that. So soy lecithin, super popular. It's in so many things, and it's derived from genetically modified soy. Hexane is used to extract soy lecithin, and hexane causes damage to the nervous and muscular systems and vision impairment, and it may lead to cancer, liver, and kidney problems. It is avoided. It is not good for us, and soy is just so common, and they use it because it's cheap. So in the next slide, I want to talk about sodium nitrate. So sodium nitrate is an additive in most processed meats, and researchers have linked a 74% increase in leukemia, an increase in the risk of esophageal carcinoma. It's been linked to pancreatic cancer, Parkinson's disease. They've seen a rise in Alzheimer's, diabetes, gastric cancer, and hormonal issues. When you take in a sodium nitrate, it converts to nitrosamine in the body. But taking high doses of vitamin C and E in large amounts are known to protect one from cancer-causing nitrosamine conversion. So you want to take that before the meat is consumed. Okay, in the next slide, I want to talk more about emotional eating. So I know I talked about it a little bit earlier in the presentation, but emotional eating, we use it to soothe and suppress negative feelings. And sometimes it's a way to procrastinate from doing something we really don't want to do. And we get addicted to that dopamine rush that comes with eating. And it becomes a cycle as a way to just deal with problems or as a way to not deal with problems. And it usually, when one is emotional eating, they are overeating. It causes weight gain. And it's that unhealthy dependence on food. And usually when a person is emotionally eating, they're not making the healthiest choices. But I feel when you can educate yourself and know what you're consuming and what that is causing in your body, it makes it a lot harder to make those decisions to pick the unhealthy choices. And when you eat clean and you become healthier, the emotional eating can also become better under control. So I thought it was important to put that in here. And emotional eating upsets those leptin and ghrelin levels. And then it causes the shame and the negative self-image. And sometimes we just emotionally, because out of boredom, is there's a lot of joy that we have with food. And that emotional eating goes all the way back to when we're children, right? We are rewarded with food, and we are, where do you want to go for your birthday? What's your favorite meal? And food becomes a center of that. And usually it's never the healthy choices. So in the next slide, I want to talk about oils that you want to avoid, because so many times somebody might be eating healthy, but they're cooking in the wrong oil. So you want to avoid the refined oils: corn, sunflower, safflower, soybean oil, cottonseed oil, canola oil. And a lot of times you'll see a sunflower, safflower oil blend, and it's just because it's cheaper, but it's 90% is genetically modified. And hexane, again, is used to extract the oil, and then it's bleached to create a lighter product. And it oxidizes and it turns to trans fat. And then it causes inflammation and cellular damage. And so much, I've teamed up with other practitioners and doctors, and we've launched a metabolic reset program where it actually regenerates the mitochondria in the cell, and that's the energy in your cells. It's a powerhouse. So in the next slide, I want to talk about a little more about canola oil. And I thought this study was really important to put on here, and I wanted to share this with you. So in a 2011 animal study, fed stroke-prone hypertensive mice canola oil for a period of 25 days to see how it affected their health. Canola oil reduced their antioxidant status, lowered glutathione, which is your body's master antioxidant, and increased plasma lipid levels, all of which are gateways to cardiovascular disease. So you can see how quickly that happened in 25 days. Now, if a human is consuming canola oil and they are already stroke prone, you can see how this can lead to their health declining and something possibly really bad happening in the future. Canola oil may also alter the capacity of working memory. And it talks here about a 2017 animal study that tested a group of canola-fed mice and their ability to perform in a memory-based maze test. And basically what they found is the communication hubs in their neurons started to break down. So avoid canola oil. It is not good for you. So in the next slide, I want to talk about avocado oil, which is really good for you. So avocado oil has a high smoke point, over 500 degrees, and it helps normalize blood pressure. It will actually improve joint-related diseases. It's an anti-inflammatory, and it's an antioxidant, and it reduces the bad cholesterol, but it supports nutrient absorption. If you even eat an avocado with food, it enhances the nutrients in the other food. So I love avocado oil. I use it every day. That, and then in this next oil, which is ghee. Ghee has a really high smoke point too. It's over 480 degrees. But I love ghee because it's great for people who can't have dairy because the milk solids are removed from it. And it's high in vitamins A, D, E, and K. It aids in the absorption of fat-soluble vitamins. It also is loaded with butyrate. Butyrate is that short chain fatty acid that just feeds that good gut bacteria. Your gut loves butyrate. And it's good for bone health because of the good vitamins in it. And it also reduces the LDLs. And ghee is great, especially if you like butter. You can use ghee and replace butter with it. So in the next slide, let's talk about what do we do. So we have to identify the toxins. We need to educate ourselves and find out what we are really consuming. So I challenge you to look in the house and see what's in your house, or what are some of your favorite foods that maybe you have monthly, you reward yourself with, and see what you're actually eating. Also, look at your skincare, see what you're putting on your body. Avoid them by changing your behavior and your consumption choices to break the cycle of repeat repeated exposure to these toxins. Now, over time of eating unhealthy, our body, like I've talked about with the sugar, we crave it, or the person can become dependent on it. So you have to really break that cycle. You have to cut that out. And maybe you will go through an uncomfortable period, but eventually your body won't want those foods anymore. Once you get your body to a state of health, those foods will no longer taste good to you. And support your body's natural detoxification and elimination abilities. So use things to help support those systems. Like, I love the Power Cleanse by Nutritional Frontiers and the Lean Greens. I use the Live Clear. I go between Live Clear and Live Clear 2, because no matter how clean I eat, we're still exposed to toxins. So I just want that extra form of protection, and feed those good gut bacteria by taking a really good probiotic. I love the Superbiotics. Frontier Biotics is great. If somebody has a lot of yeast, I put them on the SBC. So those are really great ways to support your body. Drink clean water. Make sure you have a really good high quality water filter. I use a Berkey. I love it. And you can also use plants as indoor, to clean your indoor air, have air filters. So in the next slide, we're going to talk more about what else you can do. Chlorella will help detox heavy metals from the body. Strawberries, fruit fibers, fresh vegetables, good fats, taking the right supplements. These are all ways that you can help detoxify and enhance your own detoxification process in the body. And if you can't exercise, dry skin brush. That's a great way to stimulate the lymphatic system and get the toxins flowing. And that's what I do for some of my clients that they're not well enough to exercise right now. And this quote by Mike Adams from the book Food Forensic: if you want to change your body, change your blood first. And if you want to change what's in your blood, change what you eat. So that is really, really important to know what you're consuming and what foods you're eating and how to better make healthy choices. So I hope that in this presentation, that it has sparked some interest in you, that you want to know more about this. There was so much more I could have put in here, but I tried to hit some of the most common ingredients. So Tracey, are there any questions or?
That was super good.
Thank you.
That was awesome. Yeah. I was like, wow. I was like, go girl. No, I mean, you covered so many great topics, and just, I think the deception of the reading of labels and how they can sneak foods and products in, that was really enlightening. I mean, I've done these courses a while ago and, taught them to people, but I forget, and I'm in natural health, how they can manipulate the system.
So much so, and they just get more deceptive in how they do it. And it's just, and as they keep us busier and busier, right? Who has time to do all that research? Like, I thought the organic was very interesting, and the pesticides that are approved, and like organic's really not organic.
Yeah. And so, Heather's saying, thank you. I feel like I cleaned out my house, but this opened my eyes to even more. And, we don't have cereals and things like that. I just didn't raise my kids on it, but I certainly was raised on it. And, you just don't know until somebody shows you, what the issue is. And I love ghee as well. I am now super excited about the whole avocado thing because I love avocado.
Oh, and it's so good for you. Like it is. It's so amazing. And such like adding avocado oil to your salad, or just putting an avocado, you enhance the nutrients and all the other vegetables right on there.
I think that's amazing. That's so cool. I didn't know that. So that was great. So I'm looking forward to working with you in the program with Dr. Len and everybody else. I know you guys are excited to get started. And Ashley, how do people reach out and find you? Because you're going to be at the Weiner Wellness Center now, correct?
Yeah, I'm going to be there this Saturday. So we'll be doing Zytoscans, and people can also call me. My number is 412-881-9355. or they can email me. That's an option. And that's Ashley Rozzi, ROZZIND @yahoo.com is another way. So yeah, I just really try to open people's eyes when I meet with my clients to what they're consuming. And that first appointment is like a discovery session, right? To really uncover it. Because I mean, you got to take it back down to the bare minimum, to the oil they're cooking in, and really, starting from the basics.
Mm-hmm. Well, this was great. I loved it. Thank you for coming on today. Go see Ashley at the Weiner Wellness Center. She'll be there tomorrow doing free Zyto scans. But I also hear a rumor that you're going to be starting some weight loss consults and perhaps some classes.
Yes. So looking forward to that, and getting that all figured out and doing all that will be really awesome.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Ashley. And thank you so much, everybody, for joining us today. Yet another great day of education. So make sure that you get in touch with the Weiner Wellness Center. They can get you all the products that you've heard about today. If you're interested, they can also get you set up on a health assessment with one of their practitioners. Again, you can call them at 412-922-WELL. Or you can stop in because they are open. So guys, have a great day. Thanks for joining us. We will be back tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. for our final day. Don't miss it. It's going to be fabulous. And as always, thanks for joining us here for the Weiner Wellness Virtual Summit. God bless.